Carrot. LTS2. Let's go. Ribbit. Testing TDS. Testing TDS. High TDS. Uwu.
Looks like I forgot to take off the menu. Hello, chat. Nice to see you again.
High Squid Game character.
Yeah, I know. It looks like a Squid Game thing. Granted, I could just change the outfit. There you go. Now it's not Squid Games.
Emo.
Ah, come on. But yeah. Anyway,
I'm making waffles RN.
nice. Tasty. Okay, so today we're going to react to a bunch of videos from, basically related to the Stop Killing Games movement. Basically, I ended up talking to myself, and I was like, oh my god, I should actually turn it into a stream, and I did. And basically, I'm just gonna go ahead and react to them. Most of them are just gonna be about pirate software and dunking on them, and honestly, I love every single video about him. And if you don't know who Pirate Software is, basically he's a guy who, okay, let me just put it this way. There was an initiative, a legal initiative to, I'm sure G9 already knows, but for Baytran, there was this initiative that was supposed to stop the practice of just completely creating lost media by killing the games once the servers go offline or something. And essentially,
How's everyone doing?
I'm doing great. I'm glad you're doing all right. But yeah. Oh gosh. Anyway. So yeah.
Hi Strondinger.
Strongdinger. Oh my gosh. Strongdinger. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or an insult. I'm gonna guess it's a compliment. That's nice. I mean, you know, he's a man and all that. Strong. Although, I did hear that he was questioning, so I don't know about that. What do you think, Schrodinger? Anyway, so yeah, I'm glad the gang's here. I'm kind of waiting for, who was it? Fuck. I'm waiting for IOP Fam Williams. He's my guy. Hope he's online. Usually in Discord he's offline. I don't see him. Let me check. Yeah, he's offline. Maybe he's online on YouTube. Who knows? I mean, he did subscribe, so he should get a notification about that. But yeah. Also, I may as well get to this part. Okay, so I have a Steam page. I've been thinking about buying this game called Kitsune Tales. And yeah, basically, let me just turn. Wait. Okay. But yeah, let me just. Okay, so long story short, I played Darktide. It played like ass, and unfortunately, I couldn't get the game to run it because it didn't meet the minimum requirements. I should have double checked on that before I bought it. And now I refunded the money, and it won't be available until like 11 p.m. So basically, that's the time where the money is going to be available to use again. But yeah, I'm thinking about getting this game. Let me just play the trailer for a bit. Let me just put it from the beginning. It's kind of cute, honestly.
Nice.
Pretty nice. It's like Super Mario Bros. 3, but better. I like it. Okay, so this is the game that I was thinking of buying, and the second game that I'm thinking of buying is Kingdoms of Amalur: Re-Reckoning. Now, technically, this one is the biggest bang for my buck because I'm getting for the special edition. But yeah, basically, this is an action RPG that's like Skyrim meets God of War. I think this is a cinematic trailer, so it doesn't show any gameplay.
Balatro Poker meets Solitary.
Oh my god. I knew somebody had to mention Balatro. I was actually thinking of buying that game as well. Let me skip it, see if it has gameplay. Nope, no gameplay, of course.
I love that game.
Wait, you mean Balatro or Kingdoms of Amalur? Let me just check Balatro. Yeah, it's on sale, obviously.
Yeah, Balatro.
Yeah. Damn. Okay, so you guys would watch me play Balatro, right?
I got it on my Switch.
Oh, nice. I have a Switch too. Not the Switch 2, but
Yet
the
I did
original.
watch you.
Like,
Kingdoms of Amalur is pretty okay but not that great.
yeah, I had a similar thought, and I also heard that it had like glitches and shit. And yeah, no, it's not like. But yeah, no, it's.
Understand, Huffle is really bad at it.
Oh my gosh, why am I not surprised? If he can't even understand what Alt F4 does, I don't think he's going to understand this game. Allegedly, he has been seeing a counselor, which I do actually like that he does that. I'm glad that he's doing that. I just hope that he keeps it up, right? That he just doesn't turn that into a one-time thing. But now that I think about it,
I tried walking him through Balatro and it didn't go well.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, that probably didn't end well. But I'm sure I'm probably going to get it. I mean, probably runs in my blood because I have a grandpa that plays solitaire all the... Hello, who's this new person?
Get it, RNF.
Ah, it's Ryu. Nice. Okay. What's the base price for this? $14.99. This is literally just 10% off. Come on. Ah. Okay, right. So, Kingdoms of Amalur, it's off. Balatro is in.
OMG, Age of Wonders is annoying me so bad, RN.
Oh my
I
god.
got it for like $7 LMAO.
Well, it's $13.49 right now. So yeah, it's on the cart. I'm not sure about this game. I'm actually like Kitsune Tales because I like, Kitsune people and all that. But at the same time, I can kind of buy it later because I can kind of just I can buy it later because the base price is actually $20 and that's affordable even to me. So it's like 25% off. I could still buy it at base price once the sale is over, so it's like whatever. I can wait for this game technically, but I still am in love with this game because, Fox people and all that, and I'm sure Schrodinger loves it too. So I'm gonna say, yeah, I like it. But yeah, just let me know, guys, know what games you want me to play. I've already removed Kings of Amalur because, well, Baytran kind of gave me feedback on that, and I'm like, nah, I'll probably wait for this game on the Christmas sale or something. That's probably where I'm gonna get it. But yeah.
Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
Kitty Island Adventure. What the fuck? Oh my gosh, this game?
The game is generally pretty balanced, but there are a few units especially that the enemies often have that are so stupidly OP.
You mean like
Kitty.
in Age of Wonders 4? Okay. This game is still expensive, even for what it is. It's hella cute though, I'll give it that. I like it.
This is basically Animal Crossing but themed.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't get it, LOL.
Yeah, no, it's too expensive, and I already have Stardew Valley.
Are you looking for a big type of game you can play for many streams?
Yeah, definitely. I think Balatro might be one of them.
Stardew Valley is chill.
Yeah, no, I already have it right here.
Balatro is fire.
Oh yeah, I also have Repo.
I am addicted.
I already play Repo with my friends. So yeah, if you guys want to.
I got my BF addicted.
Oh my god, you got him addicted. Balatro is fire, indeed. Okay, so Stardew Valley.
A lot of cool games on my wish list are on good sales, RN.
Yeah, right there. There you go.
What kind of game do you want? An RPG?
Yeah, I generally like RPGs. I was gonna get this other game called, Outer Worlds Spacious Choice Edition. But the problem is it doesn't run on my PC.
Balatro is kinda an RPG.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. It's more like a roguelike from what I've heard. But yeah, this game I was also thinking of getting, but unfortunately...
THA Holy Sister has transformed once more.
Oh crap. Why is it that whenever I click away, it always ends up closing? That's annoying.
Hi Williams guy.
Hey, Williams! I was waiting for you. This video is dedicated to you. Yeah.
Dragon Quest XI Definitive Edition is $20. It's like a super traditional JRPG, but it's fun. If you want a game to play, I got a link for you to download, and the game is free.
Yeah.
Super Tic-Tac-Toe on Cool Math Games is fire. It's a website, not a Steam game.
Okay. Oh yeah, Bros in Smash.
Follow-up question: are you interested in Smash and sticking it to Nintendo?
Yes, absolutely. I'm guessing you're talking about Rivals of Ether 2. You're talking about this game, aren't you? Yeah, no. Yeah.
No Smash Remix.
Wait. Smash Remix? Wait. Let me check. Okay. Smash Remix? That's a mod.
I love Smash Brothers. I'm super bad at it, but it's so fun.
Yeah, I know.
If you like tactics games too, you can get King's Bounty and all its expansions right now for like $15 as well.
What the hell? Okay, I'm confused.
Actually, literally $3.
King's Bounty Platinum.
BTW, there's Balatro.
I know. There's Balatro. I think G9 already mentioned that. Oh wait, no, it's you, G9. Right.
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah.
It's always me. Check your DM in a second, RGJ.
Okay. Alright, hold on. So let me just look at the game.
Smiley face.
Okay, so this is essentially all the
King's Bounty is fun, but not for beginners in the tactics RPG realms.
Okay, this is gonna be fun. I mean, I never really played a tactics game before. Closest thing to that is actually this little game called XCOM. I actually played this game, XCOM. I haven't played it to the end, but I have definitely am familiar with it. I think I also played a few Might and Magic games. Let me just put the
Balatro carrot percent plus equals carrot. Mind you, I'm not particularly good either, but I did beat all three.
Okay, so
give it to Yat.
Here's the game that I actually played. Let me just put up the browser.
I didn't think that through while typing it.
Where is Steam? There we go. Browser. Okay. This is the game that I played.
Did you ever play XCOM 2?
No. I've heard about it, and I kind of know what the story is about. It's essentially like the sequel to the bad ending in XCOM 1. So, yeah. I kind of get the story, I kind of get the gist of it, but I never actually bothered to play it. I have the game.
It and its DLC are also on sale for less than $10.
It's already
really good.
Look, I already have it. Also, I forgot what your pronouns are, Bitran. I forgot to ask. Look, I already have it. Look. Bam. There you go. XCOM 2. Chimera Squad.
He/him.
Alright, gotcha. But yeah, my dude.
What ABT Balatro?
Yes, I'm already considering Balatro. It's actually kind of a nice game. Oh, that's my profile picture. Fuck. Guess I'll have to...
XCOM 2 is even better cause you can make all your chat members as your soldiers and watch them die.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. I'll keep that in mind. I'll install it. So yeah. So yeah. But can't you do that in the first game too?
Mine are he/him if you're interested in mine.
Alright, gotcha.
Wait, no, I don't want to die.
Oh my gosh. Maybe I'll just name him. Wait, no, maybe it's not a good idea to name him Frederick. But yeah,
Yeah, but the customization isn't as good.
Okay, so there's that reason. Alright.
Plus your dims are ready.
Okay. Okay, gotcha. Alright. Let me check the DMs.
I use she/they if you need. Def
too?
don't kill Frederick.
Yeah, no. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, so this is... Oh, wait, so this is a Smash remix for, 64. Let me just put it... Oh, crap. What the hell? There we go. So, there we go. There's a Smash remix. Nice. I'd rather watch a video about it. Let's see what this is about. This is one of the drama videos that I was intending to react to. Actually.
Good morning.
Based off the game from the N64.
I know. I can get
Harry Potter.
Smash remix. Okay, let me just search that video up. Expansion pack with... There we go.
Crash Bandicooter in the game. I can send you the update video they made recently.
Wait, really? Alright, go ahead. Looks pretty nice, not gonna lie.
What am I watching?
A trailer for Smash Remix. Is that Rosalina? No. Oh, it's Peach.
Wow. Never mind, you're watching it. I got dogs to walk in 3 minutes, B or B.
Okay. Not bad. Why did you randomly mention Harry Potter randomly? That's not bad. Oh look, it's Sonic!
That guy in the other VID looks like Harry Potter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Harry Potter looking ass. There's Wario? Not bad, so they have the whole Mario crew. Mario, Luigi, Wario.
Where is Pikachu?
Steve is not here. Ooh, okay, so they have a few guest characters too. So he could be there. Wait, what the fuck?
You're a wizard, Harry, a wizard.
What the hell? There's a Mario Kart remix too? What the fuck? That is so cool. Oh my god, it's Crash. Wait, he's in the Smash remix?
Party Pooper.
Oh look, it's Slippy.
No swiper, no.
He's...
No, it's Waluigi, that's what I said.
Okay, so let me pause that. Let me pause that. So we have okay. So we got some of the originals from the
3 Pokemon.
Okay, so let's look for the Pokemon, right? There's not a lot of Pokemon. It's just Pikachu. Alright, so it's Pikachu and Jigglypuff, and that's it. Right, and
No, there's 2 more Pokemon.
Wait, really? Oh yeah, Mewtwo. Okay. Pikachu, Jigglypuff.
That other guy that is silver.
Mewtwo. Silver? What do you mean silver? You mean Lugia? Lugia?
I don't know the name. The Mythic Fairy type or SMTH.
This guy, right? Alright, you need to be more
No.
descriptive than that. I swear to God.
The one next to Peach.
Oh,
In the final image.
okay, okay. Next to Peach. That's Mewtwo. I already mentioned him.
I don't know their names.
Yeah. Okay, so we got Pikachu, Jigglypuff, and Mewtwo. That's his name. That's Mewtwo.
There's a delay MB.
Oh, okay. Right.
Why got Dr. Mario too?
Yeah,
Crazy.
So yeah, Dr. Mario. So we got Conker, we got Sonic, we got this guy, this ninja dude. I don't remember his name, but he appeared in several games, and especially on the 64. We got Link and Young Link, Fox and Wolf. We got King Dedede. We got this one. I think it's Mischief Makers, the girl from Mischief Makers.
King Diddy.
Yeah, King Dedede. We got fucking. I think that's about it. And there's Bowser too. That's nice, and Wario. They're all kind of in the style of like of Nintendo in the 90s. It's pretty cool.
No party like a Diddy party.
Oh my gosh. Imagine if that's the reason Diddy Kong doesn't appear in Bonanza. That's a girl's stage gimmick.
The line of that one song that's like waking up feeling like P. Diddy did not age well.
Yeah. Honestly, that guy's a fucking monster. He deserved it to go to jail. Oh, nice. That's very cool. They even have like the Nintendo 64 disk drive. That's actually a nice touch. Okay. That's nice. Okay, I think we're getting a bit off topic here, so we should at least see a bunch of Stop Killing Games videos, so let's do that. Alright, so, right, I've been seeing a lot of these videos of Stop Killing Games, and, you know, I really think that these are, it's honestly very satisfying to see Pirate Software taking L after L after L, and every single video essayist making a video just fucking destroying him. Like, oh my gosh.
Taking a look at more Pirate Software slot. Last time I made a video about him, he was playing Animal Well, which is a really difficult puzzle game, seemingly blind and making statements such as, "We don't look up the answers to this house chat, because where the hell's the fun in that?" And then he proceeded to read up the answers from his chat. That left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouth, and he's been getting some heat other than that lately. But this time he's made some really unfortunate statements about Stop Killing Games, where he just misinterpreted the whole thing. Now, Stop Killing Games, for those who don't know, is an initiative about consumer rights. Basically wants developers to future-proof their live service games within reason. Let's say you buy Diablo or get microtransactions in Warframe. It would kind of suck if they just suddenly shut down the game and you lost all your values. The initiative kind of aims to avoid that, even in a limited capacity like an offline mode or something like that. But the funny thing about this is just how wrong Pirate Software gets everything. Like, there's a point in the video where it says on his monitor, "Stop Killing Games does not, in red, want to do this." And his reaction is, "Guys, that's crazy. I can't believe they intend to do that. They can eat my entire ass. That's so bad, guys." It's right there. Since then, Pirate Software has doubled down on Twitter, deleted the tweet because of backlash, and then doubled down again with a new tweet. And now Ross, the guy behind the initiative, made a response to Pirate Software because he wanted to clear up all the misconceptions.
Props to, you know, this guy right here, because he really decided, hey, I'm a man of integrity. I am basically trying to talk to politicians about making laws to stop the killing of games. I'm not going to engage in drama slop. But then he was kind of forced to engage in drama slop because this man, this Pirate Software guy, couldn't just help but stop spreading misinformation. Oh my gosh. And now he's getting what he deserves. And he's like, oh my god, now it's my fault. It's like, fuck you, man. It's clear that your dad has been covering your ass for the past 5 years or so.
Ross is the real MVP. I love his game Dungeon series.
Oh yeah, no.
Which guy is the one we don't like?
Oh, it's this, let me see if his face pops up, blah, 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 blah. No, not him, not Mustache Man. Where is Pirate Software's face? I mean, I kind of want to go, right there, right here, this guy. Where the mouse is at, right here. This is the villain of the story right here, because he's such a dipshit. But yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah, no. Oh yeah, right. There's also other slot videos that I wanted to react to, but at least we should react to one that's about, like, you know, Stop Killing Games.
Charlie has cool guns.
Oh yeah, no, he does.
Hi there, I'm a soulless corporate CEO, and today I've taken a break from one of my favorite hobbies, devouring the blood of infants. And I'm here to ask a question. Is a gamer not entitled to the contents of this disc?
Yes, they are.
Do you like owning things? Are you proud of the time you spend working for a paycheck?
Infants are so yummy.
Basic comforts.
Oh my gosh.
Like entertainment.
That's savage.
That's too bad, because I'm here to steal all of that from you. You will own nothing and be happy. Yes, this includes your precious video games. We're gonna keep killing them, and there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. Psych! Soldiers, get set for a combat drop, okay?
Oh my
Major
God.
order just came in from command. Our mission is to stop killing games.
You fucked up my face.
This is part of the Stop Killing Games initiative, and just in the last 3 days, this initiative has gained over 100,000 new signatures.
Okay, G9, if I had to summarize why this whole thing is a big deal, people feel entitled to own the contents of a disk, right? And games should not rely on a server for whether or not we should be able to access the content of that game, right? So, you know, people should have the right to make, like, private servers of dead games, and people should have the right to access the content within that game, right? And also, people want to own what they buy, so they kind of don't want to just simply own a license to that, because, you know, none of these companies have been very clear on what the license, you know, what they've never really been clear that they're owning license. The only company that has actually done that is actually Steam, right? So if I go to my cart right now and
Epic Games?
yeah, Epic Games, maybe Epic Games, I haven't kept up with them, but let me just put away the browser. Gosh darn it. Okay. Right, so if
I don't know, I'm the type of gal who reads the terms of service.
Wait, are you for real? Nobody reads that.
I do.
Huh. That's actually kind of weird. Still,
I skim it.
okay, that's different. But yeah, anyway, so if I go to my cart right now, which should be right here, basically it says here, a purchase of a digital product grants a license to the product on Steam.
I bet ChatGPT could do good summaries of those TBH.
Sure, let's try it. Let's try it.
Nah, don't trust AI.
Yeah. Well, okay, we're getting completely conflicting things. Yeah, I think we should be skeptical of AI, but they generally tend to be good at summarizing.
Read what you're assigning.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, though. They should be easy to read for dumb people. Smart people shouldn't be the only one that can access. Dumb people should not be, you know, smart people shouldn't be the only ones that can access.
Easy, be smart. ULIS are not legally binding anyways.
Yeah, they're not legally binding. Especially if you're like in the EU, right? Because it could easily be interpreted as unfair, therefore null and void according to EU law. And that's according to Ross himself, who did his research. So, yeah.
Then don't buy games.
And its entire goal.
Yeah. What do you mean? I mean, here's the thing, though. Are you actually buying games? Huh? Are you? Are you actually buying your games? Because if buying isn't owning, then stealing is, then pirating isn't stealing. And if pirating means that I can own it, then I'm not stealing it, because at that point I'm not
well,
even actually
if you're gonna
buying.
whine ABT this stuff, then don't spend money on it.
The thing is, we like our money to mean something. If we spend on something, we expect ownership of it, right? Of some degree, because that's essentially what it means to buy. Okay?
Buy frogs.
And yeah, but here's the thing, buying games shouldn't feel like this huge legal
Problem solved.
what look, I'm gonna continue watching the video.
Is
Oh,
game
don't
preservation.
think ABT is
Now we
that
have
much.
until July 31st
How's
to get
everyone
all of
doing?
these signatures, and I think we can get
Debating.
it done.
Alright, an ad. I gotta turn off. Do you think he's constantly turning off the ad blocker?
Wait, how did you steal my number
Hi
one
there,
spot?
I'm
I
a
up Van
soulless
Williams, how
corporate
dare you?
CEO, and today I've taken a break from one of my favorite hobbies.
Wait, number one spot?
Devouring the blood of infants. And I'm here to ask a question. Is a gamer not entitled to the contents of this disc?
No.
Preservation. Now we have until July 31st to get all of these signatures, and I think we can get it done. Stop Killing Video Games is an initiative as straightforward as those 4 words.
As a refresher, Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement to stop publishers from effectively destroying video games they have already sold to customers.
This movement was started by a channel called Accursed Farms and a creator who goes by Ross. He has been hard at work promoting something that benefits all of us. If you buy games, play them, or even if you do neither, and you only watch someone stream games, this affects you. But now is the time for any passionate gamer to throw their full support behind this. He recently posted an hour-long video detailing basically the start and the end of the entire movement. It's a really good watch. I'll have it linked in the description and pinned comment, but I'll let Ross sum up.
The quick legal argument is that the vast majority of games with an online requirement say they can be terminated at any time for any reason. Or Blizzard likes to say any or no reason. That might be a violation of Directive 9313 EEC, which protects consumers against unfair terms in consumer contracts. So if that term is unfair, that means that part of the contract is null and void. And if it's null and void, then what does the law say about how long your purchase lasts? Well, it doesn't. That's the whole mess.
What a horrible, evil man. Can you believe the nerve of this guy wanting to save all of us some money? Has this guy even considered the various multi-billion-dollar corporations? We're lucky enough to just be able to buy their products, don't you see? And they should be allowed the freedom to destroy our products whenever they want for any reason at any time.
Blizzard says they can take away your purchase for no reason. Our problem is those terms are so hostile to consumers and the medium that they should be taken off the table entirely.
It is something so uncontroversial, normal. It's surprising how few people are open critics of this movement. But there is at least one.
Oh shit, now this is actually really dumb.
Yeah.
It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit.
But like the creator of Stop Killing Games, I don't want this video to just be a drama video, especially when something much more important is at stake. Just be patient. We'll be pirating some software soon. But before we get into that, all you need is One Punch Man, a series that just collabed with the sponsor of today's video, Crystal of Atlan.
Chat, should I let the sponsorship slip or should I skip it? Honestly, I don't know. I was like, what was this One Punch Man bullshit? But yeah, no, it's an ad. Skip it or I don't know, you want to watch it? Alright, anyway.
It's not a VPN, so skip it.
Oh my gosh.
What this really is a battle for consumer rights. Do you consume? Do you love consuming? Obviously, this is one of the least controversial things that has ever happened in the worldwide gaming community. And I truly mean that. You could not come up with a more inoffensive movement if you tried. Let's see if we can try. Are you in favor of the Stop Slaughtering Baby Seals with Machetes movement? Are you against that?
Alright,
This is shit.
chat,
Not only do I not
chat,
want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
And I encourage everyone who lives in the UK and is watching this to sign the initiative. That will also be linked down below. Let's get it done. Looking at you, France and Germany.
This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Remember your training and fight. Put together, troopers. We're still in this.
I must commend and congratulate
You know,
Ross.
I
Getting
should-
over 600.
I should probably look at the petition status, seeing what's up. We're almost there. Holy shit, we're almost there. Holy shit, we're almost there. We might just actually make it. Alright, I may as well put this on my, thing. Just to, you know what, I'll probably just put it in everyone. you live in Europe, please sign this petition to stop killing games. Whoops, I forgot to put the everyone tag. Okay, and then I'll put it on. Imagine not having a Chick-fil-A. Oh my gosh. Okay. Right. Alright, so basically we are going ahead and just advertising this. I'm gonna put this on my, you know what? Fuck it. I'll put it here. Boom.
If you live in Europe, please sign this petition to stop companies from killing games link.
Hold on, hold on. There was a political channel for this. Okay, there we go. Alright, I already submitted several of these. It's nice to see that I'm getting a lot more viewers from this, so thank you, chat. I appreciate that. Let's continue with the video.
1,000 people to click a document and sign it is no easy feat. Least of all, getting 600,000 gamers to agree on something. The last time that many gamers agreed on anything, it became the most downvoted
Rain
Reddit
has
comment of
35
all
viewers
time.
today. I have
So,
no idea
Ross,
where they all came
I think
from.
you are well within your right to enjoy this
Oh,
moment
wow.
of pride.
That
and
is actually
accomplishment.
amazing.
The
Holy
reason this
shit.
initiative is being pushed forward in the European Union is so it can open negotiations for companies to become legally obligated to preserve their games in some way, or at the very least, allowing consumers to preserve the games. The point is, this movement is very pro-publisher. It leaves that choice up to the publisher. They have multiple options. It's really such a convincing argument, even if you are on the side of like game publisher, corporate executive type guy.
Yeah.
And same with the crew. Publishers like Ubisoft are fine with abruptly shutting down their games, eliminating all online functionality, and offering no recourse for people who want to play that game, maybe now, maybe somewhere down the line, and then offering no recourse for the player.
Is this good for the player?
And here's the
No.
phrase that really scares corporations, okay? Make sure you don't repeat this anywhere, okay? It's very offensive, all right? If buying isn't owning, piracy isn't stealing. It's important to note that Stop Killing Games is not retroactive. It is not unreasonable. It would not force every developer to turn on the servers for every dead game and keep them running indefinitely. Who's gonna do that for our boy Concord? Is the team that made MAG... Do I have MAG? I fucking do. Is the team that made MAG gonna have a high school reunion? This might actually be like a completely dead game. Is this playable in any way? Let me know in the comments. PlayStation Move? What the
Oh
fuck?
god, man.
And you could make a whole
I loved that
ass
game.
video.
Is it dead?
Video game
Is it dead?
preservation is important.
Is it dead? I don't know.
Yes, long since dead.
Ah, god damn it. I really wanted to see private service for that game. That looks so cool. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to see at least a little, what was it, mag gameplay. I mean, let me just take a good look of what it used to be before it died. Okay, so this is mag. Right. There we go.
Let's do this. My controller.
You can play
okay.
on a...
Hey people. Duck.
Okay,
Crap, what's the one game?
mag 2? This looks like COD, but a little stiff. The animations are stiff. Not the best looking, but this is on PS3.
Off the clock now, or are we still practicing?
Kind of reminds me of Battlefield more like.
I think we're off the clock now.
And there's voice chat, of course.
Okay, cool.
Oh my god.
We've got an absolute pile.
Oh fuck. This is not bad, honestly. I could see this being somebody's favorite game on PS3 back in the good old days.
Completely new.
So yeah, I can definitely see
I'm
that.
gonna try to snipe.
The animations are a bit stiff for my
How
taste.
that goes.
They're kind of like not as nowhere near Modern Warfare 3's animation quality.
Downhill.
I know it's an unfair comparison, but I kind of want to give some perspective because I'm used to that quality being around in first
Damn it,
person.
I can't think of it. There's a game that's a lot like this except it's a big three-way FFA open world consistent battlefield. What I miss?
Well, a lot. I was basically just getting a lot of viewers for the first time since forever, and I have like a maximum of 6. I'm already reaching that record, which was 9. You know, that was honestly quite amazing. So yeah, I should probably keep making videos like that. Schrodinger, if you're still there, I was actually thinking of asking you to be my editor so that you can clip some of my streams and make them into long form videos. That way I can actually, you know, maybe get more subscribers and shit, and maybe even make shorts and shit. I thought maybe you could do that. Just clip my stuff while you're at it. I would do it myself, but I'm kind of new to it, so you have more experience editing than I do. I have edited some full videos before, but it's like only on...
Or what again?
Right, mostly just content about, you know, video games, RPGs, you know, Stop Killing Games, which is the one that's getting a lot of heat right now. That's what I'm focusing on. But yeah, no, I definitely want to see, you know, I don't know if you could do editing, I found. If you could do that, I'd appreciate it. Might even pay you if I had money, but yeah. But yeah, no, definitely, if you can help, I would definitely appreciate it. Anyway, so let's get back to the video. So this actually looks pretty amazing, though. It's a damn shame that it's dead.
Gotta move up.
So okay, do you have any idea what the name of this game is? I don't know. What console was it on?
I'm guessing by the looks of it. You're not considering playing Smash Remix, correct?
Yes,
Planet Side 2, that's the one.
Oh, that...
It's free.
Okay, okay. So, yeah. Planet Side 2. I heard about it. I actually remember reading a bunch of articles from Game Informer. Remember that? Yeah, that's when they used to be alive. And actual physical magazines. I think my mom subscribed to them, but they died.
And no, I'm out of my wheelhouse. I'm currently working on the project. I have yet to continue myself editing wise.
Alright, gotcha.
I don't know if it's as active as it used to be.
I don't know. May as well check it out. So, Planet Side 2. Let's check what happens. Okay, here's the website. It's still up. Yeah, there's people live streaming this game, so yeah, it's still alive. That we can be certain about. I can't say anything about the server sizes. I'll have to start playing the game, but yeah, of course it's Daybreak. Daybreak also worked on this, and they also worked on DC Universe Online, which is still online to this day, which is honestly pretty cool. Yeah, anyway, let's get back to this.
Important. But let me just give you a personal example. There's a game called Command & Conquer Renegade, which, as far as I'm aware, nothing even comes close to its concept. It mixes RTS mechanics with first and third person shooter fundamentals.
I played a ton of it back in the day cause Total Biscuit liked it.
When the GameSpy
Wait,
servers...
Planet Side 2? Oh man, rest his soul. I heard he passed away, right? He's the guy who passed away from cancer, I think. Yeah. But yeah, no,
Yet a few years back.
Yeah.
Also shout out to Dram for teaching me a thing or two on a VC.
Oh, okay, that's nice. I actually am making these styles of videos because of Dram, actually. I just thought of doing them because I kept reacting to videos I was watching outside of streaming, and I'm like, girl, I gotta stream, you know? And yeah.
Shut down, the game went with it.
Hey, I got first place back in haha.
Because now I'm gonna
Nice.
give EA some props too. In a rare example of EA doing something good, they have allowed a team of passionate fans to resurrect Command & Conquer Renegade with their own free-to-play mod, Renegade X. You know, video games are a great escape for people, and there's something comforting knowing that one day, you know, you can go back and play something that you did years ago. Game preservation is important, and it's not
Agreed.
just for random niche games.
Here's a list of some popular games that are all at risk of being destroyed at some time in the future. The Stop Killing Games movement sees any of these being destroyed as a problem, and they're exactly the kinds of games that would start being protected if the initiative passed.
There's no way to be against the Stop Killing Games movement in a way that is pro-consumer or pro-gamer. And if it ain't pro-gamer, then I'm a big hater. Stop Killing Games was stuck around 400,000 signatures.
Hold on. Let me check. Oh, okay. I got this Asmongold clip. Let's see it.
Jacksepticeye made a video about this. If you care about video games as much as I do, then please support Stop Killing Games Initiative. This is Ross talking about it just an hour ago. Huge fucking W right there. And then also another massive thing. Let me go
Oh
back.
my god, look at this meme.
Support Stop Killing Games Initiative. This is Ross talking about it just an hour ago. Huge.
Okay, the right to play games forever. Oh my god. You know it's taking off when they make memes about it. Oh my god, what a dipshit.
Fucking W right there. And then also another massive thing. Let me go back and see if I can find it right here. I'm going to show you guys how many people have already signed the petition. I think we're going to hit it.
Anyway,
I do. Like,
something
we
came
have
up.
had so many
I would
people.
love to stick around
Bro,
and
this
watch
is
your
like,
live
I'm
stream,
telling
but
you
I gotta
guys,
bounce house
this
for
is
a
like
bit.
the Avengers.
Alright.
Like, you've got PewDiePie coming in here,
Take care.
Jacksepticeye coming in here, all of these other people that are like really big creators, like Charlie coming in here, Mudahar making another video about it. Everybody is coming in and pushing this again, and you've got 733,000 signatures. This is a crazy amount of support. I'm so happy to see this. And yes, ironically, and it's all, I don't think that's really because of Thor, right? I mean, I think that Pirate Software is like a good rallying point because people don't like Pirate Software. So they're like, oh, well, you know, like, let's do this because of him. But, like, I don't really think that has anything really to do with him. This is just a really great initiative that I think most people that play video games support and care about a lot. And that should be really the focus. But whatever it takes to make it happen, that's what's important. So, yeah, Stop Killing Games is going absolutely fucking crazy. And PewDiePie, this is the other really big one today. Thank you all for the amazing support on my recent videos. I love how I can just nerd out and share whatever with you guys. In the comments, I've seen...
Hold on. I gotta post more stuff. Let's see. There we go. Here's my section.
Some of you mentioned Stop Killing Games, and I want to say I 100% support this movement.
But I am gonna keep your stream on playing for my cat to watch. Shout out to Tufsy.
The games that we buy,
I'm sure the kitty's gonna enjoy it.
To this is huge. Strongly encourage you to sign the petition. Takes like 30 seconds. Note, if you're in the EU, if you're not in the EU or UK, you can't sign it, but you can share it to people that are. So there it is. Massive PewDiePie W. Insane PewDiePie W. Can you explain to Pirate Software's controversy? A lot of people think that Pirate Software misrepresented and misconstrued what the criticisms that Stop Killing Games was trying to address. And they also, like, so this has been really kind of a general issue that people have had with...
Okay, we gotta zoom in, right? My daddy worked at Blizzard. You're killing live service games. The right to play your games forever. Signed, you.
In general, is that they, and again,
sign the damn petition.
I do, but I'm just simply explaining the way that other people feel. So just keep that in mind. People think that he's a know-it-all. They think that he constantly tries to put himself out there as this authority on everything. And
yeah, he does. He does put himself as an authority. There's no way that he is not.
And he's not in their mind, and they think also his personality online is inauthentic. That's basically what people are saying, right? He is. I don't want to argue about this. As I said, I like Thor. I think he's a good guy. I think.
Okay, you're already losing me. I do not like him at all. His attitude always smelled wrong from the beginning.
People go way too hard on him.
Fuck you, man.
Criticisms with Stop Killing Games and all, or not criticisms, but concerns.
Fuck you, man.
And I think that there's criticisms that, you know, you could say Thor does deserve, but in a general sense, I do like the guy. I'm sorry to say I do. And so that's it. Your biggest L? That's not really true. I've got a lot of them that are worse than that. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, no.
Narcissist. I don't really, and this might sound weird, but people that are narcissistic or massively ego-driven don't even, like, that doesn't even show up on my radar. I don't get offended by other people's egos because I don't even think about that. I don't even worry about what other people's ego
yeah,
is.
He is
like,
kind
oh,
of
somebody
weird.
thinks they're this or that. Great, okay,
Biggest
that's fine. You can think
ever.
whatever the hell you want. You know, that's just not to me. Yeah, I mean, I just do what I want, right? And so, yeah, anyway, so that's the way. Sorry, but you're straight up wrong. He got caught lying and maliciously taking a movement at Ross. He's a piece of shit, got called out on it.
Asmongold is pretty crap anyways, but he's right on this.
What do you mean? Right on what exactly, right? There's a lot of things that he said here, right? Like, I don't know. I'm sure this is like a nuanced take, but what exactly are you saying? That maybe he's getting too harassed or what?
Being in support of the movement.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with that 100%. But I think his take on Pirate Software is pretty stupid in my opinion.
You said he got caught maliciously. You are putting that word like that. You've made that up,
bro. You're gaslighting at this.
That you've made.
You're gaslighting, bro. You're not even looking at the evidence.
Okay. As I said, if the
guy
is
that's because
so bad,
they are the same
then
type
why are
of
you
person
writing
in
fan
reality.
fiction about him?
Wait, what? I mean, you're saying that that Asmund is kind of just the same type of person as Pirate Software. Actually, here's one anti-Pirate
Yeah.
Software. Yeah, exactly. Great minds think alike, of course. Right. So there's this TikTok that I want to hold on. Let me just cover it up because I don't want any.
Yes, Mom.
Hold on. Okay, so here's my favorite clip that's like against Asmund, and I think it's pretty accurate to what he is for the most part. Let me just put the browser up again.
And it only hit 30,000 players. That's really bad.
Shut up. I will pay someone to explain why I should care about Steam player counts. This has become one of the most embarrassing trends amongst gamers I've personally seen in my lifetime, is obsessing over how many people are playing a game on Steam.
Ooh,
now,
that's
we'll
a lot of
ignore obvious
slime.
counterpoints like Game Pass numbers, multi-platform stuff, all this stuff that contradicts the talking point. Tell me why I should care. Only 3,000 people are playing this game on Steam. Okay. What now? I know what point people make is, well, for multiplayer games it's important, which I still don't really agree with because I've spent my entire life playing multiplayer games without knowing the concurrent player counts. As long as the game's got more than like 8 players, you're gonna be fine, man. But even then, we'll exclude multiplayer games because single player games is where these guys do this at. Why in God's wonderful fuck do I need to know who is playing a game? I guess the better question is, why do these people need to know? Because if the answer is it's a correlation to how good the game is, like Asmongold is arguing in this clip, all you're doing is admitting that you're a trend follower. No opinions of your own.
Exactly.
Bigger numbers means better game. Like, these frauds care more about a company's financials than they do the actual quality of a game. And it's because
Yeah, it really goes to show just how out of touch some of these streamers can be, and the reality is you don't really need to be corporate in order to be out of touch, and he's kind of out of touch in that sense, especially when it came to his opinion on Pirate Software, because he's essentially the same type of person he is. So yeah, of course he's gonna get along.
It's because that's the audience that they've cultivated, so they have to. It's just reality TV, gossip, tabloid shit instead of groups of people who just play and go, yeah, I like this or I don't. But just know, I will never take these people serious. The second you start pulling up Steam numbers to validate any type of point, I'm tapped out. You got it. Argue with the wall. I'm not encouraging that behavior by making you believe that that shit is something worth talking about. Bully your local Steam numbers poster and gimme kiss.
Exactly. Although I don't actually encourage bullying. I'm sure he just didn't mean it that way. But yeah, no. That I think pretty much explains why Asmongold is kind of a fraud. I mean, even his own audience is turning on him because of this bullshit take. And I think it's only a matter of time before he gets his turn for getting completely beat up over this. Although I am glad that he is at the very least in favor of the movement. So there's that going for him.
Shouldn't the truth be enough? Shouldn't the truth be enough? Come on, let's be a little bit more realistic. How about that? And so anyway, I don't want to go back and forth about this. It doesn't really matter because really, who cares about Pirate Software being right or wrong in Classic WoW or this or not?
Well, we care about being right or wrong because this guy was, one, spreading misinformation, so he was wrong about it, and two, he misled a bunch of people into the wrong idea of what this movement is. That's what this is about, and he's not seeing that. What the hell? This is pissing me off. I'm not even seeing this
I think it's
anymore.
time we talk about a really important thing that is going to affect a lot of us and is affecting a lot of us who are into the gaming space, which is the Stop Killing Games initiative. I know a lot of people have been asking me to talk about it for a while. In the beginning, I was like, this is a cool initiative. Sign the petition and everything. Let it do its thing. Apparently, it's not going as well as people wanted to and as it should be doing. They're about 700k signatures into the million that they need as of recording this video. And I did make a post about it on the community tab to try and like push it in a different direction on my main channel. The reason I'm doing a video of it here on the Spadicy channel is I don't know what's going on. There's something happening with the algorithm in terms of my channel right now. I've seen it happen to some other channels of similar size to mine, where after I did Schedule 1, for some reason, I hate to say like, oh, the algorithm's against me and they flipped a switch and all this kind of stuff. But sometimes it really just does feel like that something happened under the hood. It's happened in the past multiple times. I've talked to some other YouTubers about it. Everyone just seems to be like, hey, my views just disappeared. Like my main audience aren't getting any of my videos anymore. What's happening? I don't know. It's hard to talk about without it seeming like, oh, bro, you fell off. You're washed. Whatever. So I just tend to kind of like stay away from it, see what happens, see what shakes loose, and then get back to uploading again. Something's going on. I don't know what's happening. So to not upload this in a place where the algorithm is in flux for a channel of that size, and again, not knowing if this is actually going to go out to any of the people who are there. Death Stranding went up. Clearly it's not being served to the people who would normally watch it, as seen as the previous series on it, on Death Stranding 1.
Honestly, I think what's going on is that YouTube just simply does not like traditional Let's Plays of the 2010s, and they just simply do not support that anymore. They're more into, like, you know, stuff that I'm doing right now, which is live streams and, you know, basically short-form content and video essays. That's usually what hits a lot more of the time, and obviously being able to consistently upload videos that are of a similar quality to that. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. So I think that's what he is experiencing right now.
Did so well. I don't know. That's a different discussion to have. But I wanted this to try and reach more people, which honestly, weirdly, I think on a second channel, it's going to reach more people right now than it will the main channel. Again, I don't know what's going on, but I'm trying to do as well by this as I can. I'm also going to try and keep this succinct and say the things that I know about it, and try and not spread misinformation about it, because a lot of people have talked about it and talked about it really well. They've given over some really great information. Ross, Accursed Farms, who has designed the initiative, has a very good video talking about it, which I would leave in the description for you to be able to go and get like the weeds of the information about it. Because again, I'm going to butcher it, and someone like Pirate Software has gone out and done a horrible video on it, misrepresenting what it is, giving a ton of misinformation and actually kind of killing the initiative from the get-go, and then just being very egotistical about it, not saying sorry and really opening up to it and being like, shit, my bad, and then fixing any of the things that he said were wrong about it. It's a fucking mess. So I want to put my voice to it and my name to it and whatever audience we can get behind it to try and sign this petition, which I will also leave in the description. There's a petition for you to be able to sign it in the EU, and there's a petition for you to be able to sign it in the UK, because Brexit and fucking a whole mess of stuff involving that as well, to make it even more difficult to do anything like this in this world. It's happening in the EU right now because Ross himself said that, I mean, again, I don't want to say stuff that's wrong. I'm so sorry if I say anything that is... I'm doing this with the best of intentions. There is a lot of nuance in this, and I'm trying to get the cliff notes right. Again, like somebody else didn't. But basically, stuff in the US is harder to do, and there is a chance to be able to put stuff into law in the EU to be able, at least get it in people's faces. That's the purpose of it now. Hopefully it would go into law to try and like protect games and protect game preservation and all that stuff, and just for the consumers to keep things good for everybody. And the EU has been pretty good at doing certain things in the past, like putting, I think it was the EU that put USB-C chargers in like iPhones and stuff, right? Instead of Apple being able to just sell their proprietary stuff all the time. And as he pointed out, people in Australia went after Valve and took them to court to be like, we need some sort of refund policy because it's bullshit that you don't have it. It goes against law for consumers. And then that went through, and then everybody who uses Valve and Steam ended up being able to get a refund through that platform. And I think that's really cool. And there is an initiative to try and...
Oh, so I have Australia to thank for being able to get me a refund. So if it wasn't for Australia, I would have been stuck with Darktide, which doesn't even run on my PC well. That's fun. That's actually kind of cool. So if any of you live in Australia, which is unlikely, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. But yeah, no. Yeah.
can do that with games.
Anyway, I've been trying to, I had an uptick of viewers, and I kind of wanted to honor them by essentially, doing some more stuff. But I gotta get some drinks because it's like hot over here. It's probably like 100 and something. Wait, what? No. Sorry, that was my phone. Right. So anyway, I'm gonna go and grab a iced tea, and I'll be right back in like a few seconds, hopefully, if anything doesn't happen. I also gotta check on the dogs to see if they're not fighting. So, yeah. Alright, I'm back. I decided to grab a burrito along the way, so my tracking might look a bit off.
Which, at its core, it's basically to preserve games that, let's say you have a game that there's tons of games out there, for example, that are being supported by developers and they're getting patches, or they're live service games and they're getting a whole bunch of other stuff. And it, again, there's a lot more nuance to it, and I urge you to go watch Ross's video on it and to try and learn more about it. But at the end of it, it's basically to be like, when a developer wants to stop supporting the game, which inevitably it will, you don't really expect a game to be supported absolutely forever till the end of time because they're working on new stuff. You can't really support something for like however many people are going to be playing something years in the future or whatever. And it's unreasonable to expect a developer to support a game forever. I don't think anyone would expect that. It's just, I don't know, in a perfect world, sure, but it's not going to happen. Money talks. But if a developer wants to stop supporting a game, if they want to kind of, sunset the game, that's the term I'm looking for, then to put stuff in place where you can hand it over to the consumers where they can start supporting it themselves and put stuff out and we can still enjoy the game and whatever community for the game is still there, or any game you want to play. People keep using The Crew as a thing because Ubisoft are like, yeah, we're shutting it down. And then the thing you bought is no longer yours. And that's pretty fucked up. Like in a lot of other practices, like it's maybe this is a bad analogy, but you like buy a Blu-ray movie, you have the movie, you can watch the movie. But for games, none of that legislation is really in place yet. And Ross himself has put up some other stuff showing like Blizzard have it in their terms to be like, we can stop supporting this game at any time. And then you're basically just buying a license for a game. You don't own it. So like, remember back in the day, maybe back in my day, when I bought like a PS2 game or a PS1 game and like, I have that game and now it's mine and I can play it forever. And patches weren't really a thing back then, but like you have the thing and you can play it. But there are certain games that come out and certain developers don't want to support them anymore. And then the game's gone and you can't play it and that's fucked. So if they don't want to support it, then hand it over to consumers. The consumers will keep it alive. There's been stuff in PC gaming for so long with like, player-run servers for things and everything. Again, there's a whole lot more to this, and I'm just trying to be succinct about it to try and get it in people's heads what it actually is. And this initiative is to put it in front of EU legislation to show them, hey, this is fucked. This shouldn't be like this. Can we change it? And then hopefully it'll trickle down everywhere else if this happens because it's put into law in the EU. Again, a lot more to it, and I'm really... I'm probably butchering what this is, but I really believe in what they're trying to do. And I think Ross himself has really good intentions behind it. And from my perspective, there is no downside to signing this. If you sign it, it hits 1 million signatures and then it goes in. And I mean, if it doesn't go through, at least we tried. At least Ross tried. He's put so much of his life and his time and his energy behind it. And I think it's really commendable. And I think there's so many people in the industry that have made, like other developers who have made games and then the higher ups close it down and it's not available to anybody anymore. And they themselves would love to put it in consumers' hands to be like, now you guys take it and do it because we're not getting funding to be able to support this game anymore. And there's so many people, there's a massive initiative behind it on Reddit. People really coming together. There's sort of like this, I don't want to say cult following because it sounds a bit more negative, but there is this real sort of like rallying behind it from gamers right now that they're like, yeah, the things we buy, we should own. And everything that goes with that. Like I said, there's a whole lot more to it that I urge you to look into it. But if you just want to watch this video and sign the petition, then go for it. Again, I don't really see a downside to it. You sign it and then it goes through or it doesn't. Like, what's the downside to that? I think that's where something like the Pirate Software video, just so desperate to be right and be a contrarian about something, to go with a meme, I see this as an absolute win. At least gamers will make their voices heard, as cringe as that might sound to people who are not really in the space. But I love video games. I'm so involved in them. I'm so engaged with, like, I went to a thing for Death Stranding last night and I just spent a lot of time talking to people who make games, either on the voice acting side, on the casting side, in the audio side. There were some people who were just a coder on games. And these people just love making games so much that they want to be involved in them and just give it to people and just make games good. Like at the
Honestly, I kind of want to add a little something, but basically, his hair looks like he kind of looks like that singer from, what was it? Nirvana. He looks like the dude from Nirvana. I gotta say, it looks kind of cool, but still. Oh, Kurt Cobain. That's his name. Kurt Cobain.
the end of the day, that's really all it is. And I think initiatives like that are a really good way of kind of like rallying the community behind each other, getting involved, and just speaking out on it. And that's why I wanted to make this video. And again, I know a lot of people will say, I wish he put this up on his main channel. But again, I mean, just go back through the channel right now. I don't know what the fuck is going on with it. And I worry that there's also a thing with YouTube's algorithms right now where if you're just uploading gaming content, sometimes if you upload something that's not gaming, it will get suppressed and buried and not really go to the people who it should go to. And that's one of the things MatPat was talking about when he retired, that we had him on Brain Leak where he's talking about these silos of content where it's like, if you're a gaming channel, kind of have to stick with that. That's why so many people who do like Fortnite, and they've done it so much that now it's like, well, that's kind of all you can do on your channel. Because if you do something else, it takes so much Herculean effort to get over that algorithm to start pushing your content to other people who are not into that. It's not going to push it to people who are not into that thing. And this is gaming related, but again, I'm trying to put it in front of the eyes of the second channel has no stakes in it. I'm not going to have monetization or anything like that turned on in this video. So it's just a case of like getting it out, getting it in front of as many eyeballs as I can, and getting it. Maybe there's people who aren't subscribed to Jacksepticeye who are on this channel and putting it out in front of your eyes. Again, I'm just trying to do my best by what this is.
Good on him, honestly. Just good on him for at least trying to get it out there. It's honestly nice, but to be honest, there's not much that I can react to. I kind of am behind him on that. Good on him, so let's just move on to, oh yeah, this one video.
For months, and it seemed all hope was lost. Until now. Who deserves credit for this sudden resurgence? That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
Pirate Software.
About Mr. Software. Now, unfortunately, Ross had done just about everything he could think of to push to get those 1 million signatures. And this guy is one hell of a diplomat. Very nice demeanor, passionate about games, doesn't really show any malice, hatred, contempt towards publishers or anyone. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone that could actively dislike a guy like Ross, let alone publicly.
Okay, I really don't want to do this next part, but it's become a liability for the campaign for me not to. Our biggest critic by far is YouTuber and streamer Pirate Software. If your only
okay, I'm gonna skip this.
Video is by someone who making up what it is.
Software has been, gentlemen, let's get scurvy. Pirate Software has been the most vocal, outspoken critic of the Stop Killing Games movement. Not only that, he has stated that he is actively seeking to convince people not to sign the initiative.
This is shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is horrible.
Pirate Software has carefully crafted this persona of being a deep-voiced pro-gamer, pro-hacker, former developer, the everyday Cyberman. But most recently, some cracks have started to emerge. Most notoriously being his epic roach out in a hardcore WoW classic clip. In this heartbreaking moment, Pirate Software abandons his team, his sense of duty, and roaches out. Every man for himself, intentionally sabotaging his own efforts to assist his team by wasting mana on max level spells, not utilizing his toolkit. He fucked up. He made a misplay. That's okay, it happens. Just say you're sorry, admit you fucked up, and help them grind back up the ladder.
He doesn't even need to say that he's sorry. I think he could have just simply said, I did not want my character to die. Period. I valued my character. I did not want him to die. The situation was already fucked. I just panicked. Like, that's all he needed to say, and people would have understood that, because it's a hardcore WoW instance, right? Literally, it's permadeath mode. So I think it's understandable that someone would panic and not want their character to die. even if they're like preserving the character in the most in the most even if even if you were going about being selfish and preserving your character, you really needed to it would still be understandable because that's like a reasonable thing, but this guy just didn't even say that.
This is when the masks started to fall for people. My personal favorite quote from this.
Do you see my mana? What am I supposed to do for you?
If you were writing a narcissistic character, this is the perfect catchphrase.
Do you see my mana? What am I supposed to do for you?
Brother, help me!
What am I supposed to do for you?
Hey, Dad, can you pass the salt?
What am I supposed to do for you?
So this kind of turned him into a lolcat because he made obvious mistakes and then pretended like he didn't. It's kind of weird, dude.
Oh god, I love that Diamond King stuff. I gotta see this again.
What am I supposed to do for you?
Brother, help me!
What am I supposed to do for you?
Hey, Dad, can you pass the salt?
What am I supposed to do for you?
So this kind
I just love how they photoshopped his entire face on fucking on Scar. I just love it. It's so funny.
What am I supposed to do for you?
Help me!
What am I supposed to do for you?
Hey, Dad, can you pass the salt?
What am I supposed to do for you?
So this kind of turned him into a lolcat because
Yeah,
he made
yeah.
obvious mistakes and then pretended like he didn't. It's kind of weird, dude. But then it started to get weirder. You see, Pirate had been up to some other shenanigans, including filing a DMCA takedown on an indie game that he thought used his voice and likeness. It's a fucking meme game called Idle Streaming Bonanza. It's a game that includes many streamers and basically just pokes fun at all of them. The thing of it is,
So by law, it applies to fair use, essentially.
there was no active build of the game with Pirate Software's voice. So when he filed a DMCA, he filed it maliciously and incorrectly. Not the first time we've dealt with someone who did that. Luckily, the act attorney is on vacation. Pirate was completely in the wrong, and I think it says something about a guy whose first reaction to learning his voice has been used in a video game that is essentially just a shitpost is to immediately try and take it down. Like, who does that?
We're going to take you to court. You're going to lose. You cannot use
Fuck
somebody's
off.
likeness or voice in any way inside of your games without their permission. Welcome to the Finding Out timeline, bud. What am I supposed to do for you?
We're all on the internet. We all get made fun of on here.
As much as you're angry right now, of course I ran. Yeah, no, he was doing it maliciously and using my voice. Gloated about it all over Reddit.
And this post has, guess how many upvotes? 27. What the creator of this game had done is just posted a clip on Reddit of what it would be like if Pirate Software was in the game.
And the only reason I'm fighting this is because he's removing my game from Steam when he's not on it. That's the issue I have with it. All the other issues I'm fine with.
Like, Pirate Software didn't even bother to check that he was actually in the game, or, I don't know, respond to this post and say, hey, can we talk? Can you take that out? Like, he just went hard straight to DMCA.
He put it up on Steam and showed that my voice was going to be in it.
Fun fact: he was part of when he was part of OnlyFans and the whole World of Warcraft situation was going on. He was essentially acting exactly like this. He was acting hostile to anyone who was talking about it, who was even just to anyone around him. He was very hostile. So he eventually just ended up getting kicked out of the guild.
That's it.
But ever since that WoW clip, people have been going back and uncovering some things. Now, Ross in his video highlights every YouTuber and gaming news outlet that has covered Stop Killing Games, and he determined that Pirate Software's coverage was the most viewed. And it was 2 videos full of lies, just blatant misrepresentation of the movement and its goals, even going so far as to say the complete opposite of what was literally on his screen.
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them.
Oh no! He wheeled out that line about publishers having to support the game forever. He was literally watching the video earlier where it says it won't do that in big letters. That wasn't enough. We just can't stop gamers from going there, even when we spell it out. I admit, guys, this part hurts. To see the biggest voice on this issue get it wrong again and again and again, then put that same wrong information on blast to a far bigger audience than we can reach. It hurts.
Watch this, Lise. You can actually pinpoint the second when his heart rips in half.
He doesn't get it. He doesn't understand what we're asking for.
Look, it's one thing to disagree with a movement for whatever reason. It's okay to ask questions and seek clarification to make sure you should throw your support behind this thing, right? Thankfully, Ross has done such a thorough job that any and all questions any reasonable people have, he has answered. Not only has Pirate taken a firm stance against Stop Killing Games, he has said he will actively try to make sure it doesn't succeed. This is generational hating.
Eat my entire ass. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass.
Actual villain type shit. But maybe that's exactly what we needed. We needed a bad guy to help galvanize us out of our fucking gaming chairs to sign something. Now, if you watch Ross's video and you listen to how Pirate Software talks, it's pretty clear who the aggressor is, who is the dick.
This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I dropped the mask.
Fuck you, man. Fuck you.
I have no qualms about that.
Fuck you.
I thought it was really funny when I posted this. What am I supposed to do for you? Just stop killing games? Would you believe Pirate Software blocked me after this? So Pirate has admitted that he has been ignoring this issue and the misinformation he spread for 10 months until he posted one of those "I ain't reading all of that" type tweets. For some reason, he deleted this. Let's read to see if we can find out why. I put out 2 videos disagreeing with your initiative 10 months ago and haven't talked about it since. Now, your initiative has failed, and you're blaming me for 33 minutes of the hour-long video covering it. You have no mana left, Accursed Farms. What was I supposed to do for you? Your community is out in force, shitting up our streams and socials with hate messages, threats, and worst of all,
What a fucking loser.
snide
What a
comments.
fucking loser.
Dear God, please, no. No, not the snide comments. Anything but that. Waterboard me all you want. Just don't post snide comments. Okay, but like, Pirate, you have unresolved software. You got a bunch of shit wrong, and you misinformed a ton of people on a movement that is beneficial for gamers. So just come out and correct yourself. In fact, I'll give you an out right now. Say that you became the villain that Gotham needed.
Why is he running, Dad?
Because we have to chase him.
Okay, we're going in!
You secretly support this movement, but you wanted to create someone, a persona that could galvanize people to be in opposition to you. This is your out. This is your out. Because if you don't own your mistakes will own you. I do want to point out him saying your initiative has failed, not it's failing or it's in trouble. Losing support. There's a lot of ways you could have said that, but you chose the definitive your initiative has failed. It almost sounds like you want it to, like you're trying to manifest this outcome. Any assumption that Pirate simply disagrees with the Stop Killing Games initiative, we can just uninstall all of that. He maliciously wants it to fail. And that is so disappointing. Because how does a guy who calls himself Pirate not understand why people want to preserve their games? It's like, you can't make this stuff up. The writers for this year's season of Life on Earth, they're outdoing themselves, man. This season is fucking crazy. Disagreeing with this initiative is already weird enough for any self-respecting gamer, but to be like so outspoken against it is really sus. It's sussy balls.
He's an industry plant. I don't think there's really anything to his opposition to that. I think everyone knows that at this point.
Pirate software. Look inside. Don't pirate software. I'm more offended by his complete disregard for the noble profession of piracy. Now, some people, myself included, have wondered why he is so steadfast against this. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say definitively that pirate software is an industry plant. I'm just saying this is exactly what an industry plant would do and say. Since you're so set on cutting up my responses into pieces to try to make me seem unhinged,
You already did that, Pirate Software. You already did that on your own. So who fucking cares? Well, still, I don't think people even had done that to begin with.
I'm going to drop my videos here to show the actual context. There is also a massive pinned FAQ on the first video. Did you know I worked for GameFAQs? What? Dog, I ain't reading that. You're wrong. You can't explain yourself out of being factually wrong.
So Pirate Software did not understand the initiative. Maybe still doesn't. That means the majority of his critique is about things it would not do. Like kill all of them.
Not.
I'm fine talking to people.
Not Ross. I was thinking about Pirate Software when I said that.
About this and can have a conversation. But to be real, dude, every time you've been involved, your orbiters turn shit toxic instantly and it sets me off. Don't you understand? It's your fault I am upset. How dare you expect me to correct my false information that I spit out 10 months ago?
And he does not wish to discuss this with me or anyone else in the initiative. Why not?
Would you consider reaching out and talking to Ross about it? No. And the reason why is because I found his entire statement over the YouTube incredibly disingenuous.
Yes, this issue which has bothered me since I was a teenager and I've spent 10 years on trying to push back against is me being disingenuous.
Look, this is just a backhanded way to say Ross isn't level-headed enough in your eyes and can't hold the conversation. It's like, dog, did you watch this video? Have you ever seen a more chill gamer or YouTuber on this platform? Real talk.
BSBwares on Streamblue.com. Remove the space. 0WRMURD.
Now is
fuck you, bot. Fuck you. I should hire a mod for this.
That's all he can do.
This video came out right as we were building momentum. Then except for one boost in Germany, the signatures started drying up like clockwork. This put me in kind of a no-win scenario too. Because if I ignored it, then a lot of people are going to get misinformed about the campaign. But if I did a response video, which is not something I wanted to do anyway, then it might look like drama farming, which could understandably turn off a lot of people from the campaign, because it's not about that at all.
So much misinformation was dumped on this initiative when it started, it did damage it. Now's the time to correct course, and that is what we are all doing. Pirate deleted this tweet, and then he goes on and says, "Sure, I shouldn't have clapped back when Ross disparaged lawmakers and the legal process." Again, it's...
Okay, so this one's from Joseph Strife Hayes. One of the main issues is when you go from attacking the argument with recent source counter arguments to attacking the person with demeaning, bullying insults. Even if people wanted to listen to your side and even support you, your attitude is driving people away. Bro, that is like the most base take he has ever made about Pirate. And I heard that he was kind of defensive about Pirate, but then again, I haven't heard Joseph Strife Hayes' full opinion on that, so I'm gonna have to watch the video if I have the time, and yeah.
It's like, whose side are you on now? Now you're on the lawmakers' side? What, like all of them?
The idea that we're going to go through this because it's an easy win, but not the right win? No, dude.
Oh, God. So we misunderstood the initiative and misunderstood our intentions. And in his words, this is why he refuses to have a dialogue with the movement.
How dare you even crack a joke about the reality of the legal process in the United Kingdom? What kind of hill is that to die on? Ain't no buried treasure there.
The idea of getting it to pass with an easy win instead of pass because it's good is a problem to me. Absolute problem.
That's not how politics works. Do you think things pass because they're good ideas? Tell that to people who still have lead in their water.
This is just what's so funny about like the double, the triple, the quadruple down. Like someone who can't ever admit that they're wrong. This is what's so fucking funny about it. Is you just have to keep burying yourself into an even more ridiculous position. You make it so easy to make fun of you. It is hereby my dubious honor to present Pirate Software with the ultimate mark of shame, the Fake Gamer Award. No true gamer would stand against this movement or so.
And keep in mind that little label that the Yakman gave him, that means that he is going to be made fun of alongside Elon Musk, who also is revealed to be a fake gamer from the looks of it, right? He faked having a world record on a game, I think, called Path of Exile. So yeah, he was completely fake too. So he's just as fake as Elon Musk, which is saying something.
Wildly, intentionally misrepresent it as he has. Just fucking talk to Ross.
Oh, crap.
It's not hard to have a conversation with people. I just don't get it. But Pirate has truly exposed a major flaw in his own software. And to wrap things up, if you're able to sign the initiative and push this thing forward, please do. Links are in the description and pinned comment. Reach out to anyone you think might also benefit or be interested in this, and make sure you do your part. Go subscribe to Ross at Accursed Farms. He deserves it for everything he's put himself through. And to Pirate Software, just take accountability, man. I know you're going to be overloaded with people saying the same shit and you're going to want to tune all of it out. But just, if you don't own your mistakes will own you. People want to like you, but sometimes you give them no choice. Don't be the guy campaigning against gamers. Campaign with them.
Oh shit, we're all going to die. We don't exceed this perfectly. And we are not at that moment. We kicked some ass and we got to live.
Why are you walking, bro?
I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. And we are not at that moment. We kicked some ass and we just run. Run.
So we have an update to the Stop Killing Games campaign that seems to be getting Streisand thanks to Pirate Software.
Yep.
To what used to be a bar that didn't look like was going to be hit is well on its way to getting there by the July 31st deadline, I believe. And it is rapidly picking up pace right now. So it is getting interesting. Pirate Nation, no relation to Pirate Software, said, have you noticed that the more Pirate Software doubles down, the more signatures Stop Killing Games gets?
Yep.
Now, this was earlier today. Signatures today, it said plus 13,818, and they are at 66.68%. And Pirate Nation linked the Stop Killing Games petition, which I will do right now as well. And even though I am in America, I'm not able to sign this. If you are in the EU and you have not looked at this, please consider it and check it out because it's a very important movement.
Wait, let me check how my how that is. Yeah, no response.
Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games that they have sold to customers. An increasing number of video games are sold effectively as goods with no stated expiration date, but designed to be completely unplayable as soon as support from the publisher ends. This practice is a form of planned obsolescence and is not only detrimental to customers, but makes preservation effectively impossible. Furthermore, the legality of this practice is largely untested in many countries. Ross from Accursed Farms went into a very detailed video about this back when he started Stop Killing Games, and I covered that months ago when it first happened. It feels like a year ago at this point. And it has garnered we're getting close to 700,000 signatures for the European Signatures Initiative. And this has been ramping up very, very quickly because just like a month ago, it looked like this was not even going to be close to be done. But this is at nearly 700,000, 68%, and it's got about 1 month to go. And this needs all the eyeballs, all the attention it can get on it, which is why a lot of people are covering it. But at the same time, I want to focus back on Pirate Software because ironically, what many thought he did was so detrimental to the cause might actually be what gets this thing to go through. And what I mean by that is the Streisand effect. Everyone who's anyone is talking about this right now because of Pirate Software and his, my humble opinion, terrible take on how this cannot pass, it should not pass, and all the controls should be with the companies because, full disclosure.
All right. So, yeah, I don't see anything to react to. I'm not really feeling it with this one. Oh, yeah, it's a box picture. Right. Let's see. Chat's been pretty quiet though, so just want to ask, what do you guys think about what's been going on so far? So yeah, how's it? I'm gonna react to other things just in case. Let me see. Oh right, I forgot. Let me just forgot to pin the comment. Hold on. Fuck, this is gonna look weird. Where's my chat? Something went wrong? What the hell? Okay, right. Okay, there we go. The message. Okay, there we go. That looked weird. Alright, so yeah, I'm waiting for you, chat. I'm just looking around here. Anyway, I'm gonna continue to react to the Smash Bros video. Smashkaball. What the hell? Oh, there's soccer too. Oh, he almost missed. New features. Alright, we got some new art. Alright, be right back. Give me a sec, I'm just... Alright, Mario... let's see. You know, if I could just... Actually... Alright, there we go. Hold on. Oh, that's pretty cool. What is that? Oh, there's Banjo-Kazooie! Alright. Wait. So these are like new costumes, essentially. Oh, nice! Dr. Luigi? Everybody's favorite melee character. Yeah. So yeah. He's kind of a fan favorite in Melee. Wait, what? God, I hope it doesn't get taken down. I'll probably have to reserve the copies for this game because I know Nintendo's gonna go after this for some dumbass
Welcome
reason.
back to another reaction video. Shout out to the longtime Orangustans. And if you're new here, be sure to Simeon smash that
Yeah,
subscribe
everyone's
button.
here. Joel Faber.
We're finishing up the trailer for Smash Remix 2.0 and get hype because at the end I've got something really special to show you. Okay. That's cool. We're getting there.
Oh my God! Don't.
Okay. So I guess the trailer's over. That's it. But I thought that. What do you mean I must not have made the cut? Do you know what I have to do to inflate like that? I couldn't crap sitting down for 2 weeks. I just told everybody I have something special to show. Oh, big announcement, everyone. I'm not in some hack for like the least popular Smash game. I still have to do the sponsor? Okay. I need a win. Just once, I need a win.
They should put him in Smash. Come on. I feel bad for
Are
him.
you struggling to keep your banana trimmed? Try today's sponsor, Apescaped, and use
Oh my
coupon code
God.
Lanky for 10% off your order. Oh, chat's saying they want to see the variant? There is a little bit left. DK Jr.? I didn't know he was still even active. This is just a slap in the... I got you guys. I'm totally in there.
Oh my God! They actually did it.
Just like I planned.
What the hell? They actually did it. Holy fuck!
Oh, and that's the balloon move. That's the constipating one I mentioned earlier. Oh, there's the old spinaroo.
Not gonna lie, DK64 has to be one of the most underrated platformers ever, honestly. So yeah.
Yeah, hi. Could you just ask the Smash Remix team to delete any voicemails they got earlier today? Because I... Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. That's not good.
Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty nice. Also, chat's been pretty quiet though. I don't know what's going on. I guess everybody's just lurking at the moment. Always love it when chat gets engaged. But yeah. Alright. I'll try and get a Smash Remix. Okay, hold on. Right. It's almost 5 o'clock. Press F in the chat if you're active. Let me refresh. Okay, so I do have 3 viewers. Alright. Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and keep reacting to videos. Yeah, let's see. Let's see.
Criticism, Will? You sound like you want to talk to me about it. Criticism, Will? You sound like you...
As a game developer who worked as game engine and tools developer on Helldivers 2, I've always had a special interest in YouTube's gaming and game developer community.
Yeah, that's honestly kind of a massive flex that he is just saying that he casually worked on Helldivers 2. Yeah, that's a massive flex.
While learning C++ programming, I watched Cherno. Danny was my go-to for game design. And for math and physics, I just smashed my head into a wall. However, one I always avoided was pirate software. No, not the practice. I did that when I was a kid. I'm talking about the content creator pirate software.
They can eat my entire ass.
Also nicknamed Thor. Some of you may know Thor as God.
You know, he's so egotistical that he had to name himself after a thunder god. That is just so fucking weird. Honestly, in retrospect, it's so fucking weird.
Who explained very simple basic concept with serious voice and big words in MS Paint, making him seem like very smart person.
And that, dear viewer, is how you kidnap children.
Maybe you know him as guy who allegedly cheats in puzzle game streams to seem more of an intellectual.
He's being exposed for cheating puzzle game playthroughs now. It's blowing up again.
You've possibly seen him blame.
We have that kind of a mistake again. I'm disbanding the party. I'm gonna go run with other people because you guys cannot do that again.
Rage.
God damn it, guys.
And whine.
Just lost 4 hours of crafting. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Of course I'm going to be a little bit upset about that.
Against his supportive viewers for being terrible at a game after someone accidentally attacked an NPC called the Ocular, which then killed their entire team.
God damn it, guys. So one of you pulled the Ocular. Why? Now half the raid is dead. Oh, I swear to God, I'm going to go back in the video and find out who pulled that damn thing, kick him out of the raid. That is insane shit. You have to be better than that. And we just lost all of those materials because you're not paying attention. This is basic shit. That is insane shit.
Yeah, how dare you attack the Ocular, you stupid, dumb, moronic.
Thor pulled it in a clip? Link.
Oh wait, what's that? He was the guy who wrongly attacked the Ocular? Making it his fault everyone died? Gee, I wonder how he's gonna apologize for being so toxic to his supportive viewer base for no reason whatsoever.
I'm not at fault there. I'm correct there.
Oh my god.
100%. That is not... No.
Okay, actually getting everyone killed and wasting 4 hours of time was a good thing. Now don't you dare question it or you'll get banned.
This guy sounds like he takes criticism well. You sound like you want to talk to me about it in the unban request. You're just shit stirring. I'm just
Fuck
I swear to God, I'm gonna go back in the video and find out who pulled that damn thing, kick him out of the raid. That is insane shit. You have to be better than that.
On Twitch, he's known as the kindest, most supportive, and knowledgeable game dev programmer. Even though he has threatened to sue an indie developer on false grounds, and his codebase would have made me fail my first year at university for my game development bachelor's. And if you don't know him from any of that, then you might know him as a guy who worked at Blizzard.
I worked at Blizzard, so when I worked at Blizzard, when I first started at Blizzard, I worked at Blizzard for 7 years.
I know, he rarely mentions it. I'm just kidding, he mentions it all the time.
Blizzard. But for Blizzard, this is 100% your worst take ever? No, it's not. You know what I did before this? I worked at Blizzard Entertainment.
Now, having worked on Helldivers 2 at Arrowhead Game Studios, I understand taking pride in your work. Hell, I opened this video sharing that pride, and every few months, I'll rewatch my 5 seconds of delivering democracy in their April Fool's video. And now I'm a YouTuber and my entire life is an April Fool's video. Especially when my contract is making me do an ad read at the start of my video. Wait, no. With today's video sponsored at the start of my video. Wait, no. With today's video sponsor Fume. Fume is a flavored air device designed to help you get rid of bad habits and replace them with better ones. Fume uses plant-based cores with only natural ingredients to give you flavors like peach blush, maple pepper, or my favorite, crisp mint. There is no stanky smoke, no vapor, no addictive nicotine, just naturally flavored air that gives you something to reach out for without the chemicals. I personally hadn't heard of Fume before they reached out to me, but I'm glad they did, because ever since I was a kid, I've had the bad habit of nail biting whenever I'm really stressed out. And with everything going on in the world right now, that's basically all the time. So after a few weeks of having used it, my nails have finally stopped looking like chip paint, because with its satisfying fidgety design, I have something else to fixate on. Now I just gotta buy a nail clipper. With over 500,000 customers, thousands of success stories, and their continuous investments in third-party studies to ensure the safety of their products, I take my Fume everywhere I go. And right now, if you order the Journey Pack using my code Soggy Cereal,
wait. What is NFKRZ? What is NFKRZ? What the hell? Also, thank you for breaking the silence. I was starting to feel a little bad for not having any chatters, despite having like that. NFKRZ.
A Russian channel I used to watch.
Huh. NFKRZ. No, that's not him. That's not him. I've seen some of his videos. Like the one where a bunch of celebrities got fucked over by Putin because they supported, even though they supported Putin somehow. But yeah. That's not him. He just sounds Slavic.
You'll get a free Fume topper. So if you've been thinking about changing your habits, this is the perfect first step. Go to tryfume.com/soggycereal or scan the QR code on screen to grab yours today. As you'll see with Thor, there's a pattern where the line between pride and hubris starts.
By the way, just so you know, your entry is winning for the most part on the art contest that I did, so congrats. But I haven't decided the winner yet. I'm waiting for one person to finish their entry for the June the 5th. I was thinking of having like a round 2 for the contest so that I can keep you guys busy, but I don't know about that. Let me know what you think.
Threading real thin, especially when he's caught making a mistake, which I wouldn't have such a problem with if he just owned up to them, and if he wasn't so condescending whenever someone else makes one. But he doesn't.
I'm not at fault there. That is not on me.
And he is.
Eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. A really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move.
Nonetheless, I never quite felt like making a video on him because everything bad he did
I live in
always
PA,
seemed trivially obnoxious in itself, but after what he has done to an initiative I deeply care for, well, now those toxic instances formed a pattern not just plaguing Thor, but one reminding me of everything I hated about the game development industry, which I wish to unravel. So let's start talking about
Stop Killing Games.
Stop killing games.
Stop killing games.
Stop killing games. Stop killing games.
For the past decade or so, game publishers have taken it upon themselves to take the entire right of ownership of their games from the buyer's hands and keep it in their own hands with the use of licenses, making it so that if one day they now decide to pack up shop and go to the Bahamas, well, they can take away access from everyone who has ever bought their games. You can see this in the license agreements from scummy, greedy companies like Blizzard, saying Blizzard reserves the right to terminate this agreement at any time for any reason or for no reason with or without notice to you. EA states that if they decide to shut down a game or service, well, they'll tell you at least 30 days in advance, after which you can go fuck yourself, because after online service termination, they can't guarantee their games will continue to function. With Ubisoft, this license confirms no title or ownership in the product. Ubisoft may terminate this agreement at any time for any reason, and Ubisoft abused their practice in 2024 when they took their servers offline for racing game The Crew, a game with a mere 12 million registered players who now, after buying it, all lost access because you could not play without a server connection, causing immense community backlash. So inspired by the train wreck caused by The Crew, or guess I should say car wreck, a passionate creator, Ross Scott, who runs a YouTube channel, Accursed Farms, started the Stop Killing Games initiative, with its current goal being to introduce European legislation that prevents publishers from leaving their games in an unplayable state at the end of their life cycle. All it asks is to just have publishers leave games in a reasonably functional and playable state before shutting them down. And to even get this off the ground and in front of the eyes of European lawmakers, it needs at least 1 million signatures. Now, I care deeply for this. I signed the petition not only because I grew up my entire life playing video games, needing that escapism during a not so fun upbringing, but even if I didn't, I still believe in basic consumer rights. A publisher shouldn't have the ultimate decision to permanently take it out of existence just because it's not as profitable to the shareholders anymore. And I wish to believe most people share that ideology, including Pirate Software.
It's incredibly important to me that we keep making games and that the next generation has the tools to do so that our medium doesn't die out. And it never will. And that's the whole intention of all of this.
Of course he does. He's such a good guy. Wait, he said what 5 seconds later?
This is shit. It's shit. Oh shit, now this is actually really dumb. That's awful, dude. Eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then.
But why? Thor not just criticizes, but bashes and demonizes Stop Killing Games.
What can you expect from a guy who worked at Blizzard? They're obviously gonna try and protect his interests because he still wants that relationship for Blizzard. And honestly, you can tell this guy was just privileged by his dad. Like, his dad was essentially the cinematic director of all the cutscenes in World of Warcraft, and you know, he was always protected by daddy. And I think the reason nobody really humbled him in any way is because he just simply had his dad on his back. But once his dad left and he's not having his back, he's basically just, he kind of ended up acting like an egotistical maniac. Like, I don't know. This guy has some serious issues, or at least a very, I wouldn't say troubled upbringing, but more like a flawed upbringing, right? You gotta teach your children how to be humble, right? And I don't think his dad did that, in my opinion, right? That's just, of course, speculation. I don't want to get too much into his personal life, but I really think that's what happened. That's what it looks like to me.
As you can imagine, we've been less than thrilled that Thor here has become the dominant voice of the campaign.
And I wouldn't have such a problem with that if the majority wasn't straight up misinformation and there wasn't such a conflict of interest. See, the initiative wishes to see
exactly, a conflict of interest
that requires purchase or subscription fees and a server connection to remain playable after a company shuts down their server. This self-evidently includes live service games, which are games that continuously receive new content to keep higher player retention, multiplayer games, and amongst other categories, single-player games who now often, because companies hate us, require a constant or with intervals server connection as anti-piracy measure, which we call a DRM. Damn you, Hello Kitty Island Adventure! So, when Thor started saying things like...
For those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically we don't want single-player games
I'm
to
gonna
have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change.
Or
it is vague. They need to be specific that they're talking
to his
single-player game.
Or
it is vague. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them.
misrepresenting to his millions of viewers that the initiative's language was too vague, that actually they're only referring to single-player games with online DRM, which they aren't. That with this vague language, it would ruin live service games.
Would have to sunset live service games as a single-player experience. The idea that suddenly you need to make every single live service game playable single-player offline? No, dude.
Correct. No.
Even though Stop Killing Games founder Ross Scott disproved that claim, Pirate Software going as far as saying what the initiative is asking is so fucking stupid and outrageous, it made him angry like a little tiny toddler.
That video made me actually mad. Like real mad. Not like fake memes mad, like actually mad. Like, I'm actually mad.
To the point he said he wasn't just not gonna back it, he was actively going to boycott this consumer right movement.
Not only do I not want to back this, I'm gonna actively tell people not to.
And so, people wondered why he'd do that? I mean, even Ross was interested in having a conversation about it and left a comment on Pirate Software's video to correct the misinformation he was spreading. His comment got deleted and the request for a conversation denied.
I reached out to him.
Would you consider reaching out and talking to Ross about it? No. And the reason why is because I found his entire statement over the YouTube incredibly disingenuous. It's used car salesman garbage.
Yes, Thor, Ross Scott, the average used car salesman who spends months to fight for consumer rights. For free. I've seen him say some dumb, pretentious shit, but knowing the initiative doesn't even take donations, its founder being on YouTube even before it was profitable and has been advocating against killing games for at least 6 years, makes this one of the dumbest. See, but Thor works as a strategy director at a publishing company called Off-Brand Games, and a publisher's goal is usually not to create or develop a product, but to make sure sales are as high as possible and that the product is profitable. Now, at the time the initiative launched, well, Rivals of Aether 2 was in development with Off-Brand Games as its publisher. And Rivals of Aether is a live service game, so when Thor said this...
If we don't like the idea of live service games as a whole, I get it. It would impact every live service game that exists.
Well, people noticed he was acutely aware of the possible hurdles a game he's helping publish might face if regulation laws were introduced. So trying to entirely twist the initiative's message...
It is vague.
Can't kill it.
Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
And completely discredits Ross.
It's used car salesman garbage.
Could be seen as beneficial for him.
I am just trying to get this initiative passed. If that means I have to get insulted all along the way, okay.
This shit sucks. Eat my entire ass.
I'd recommend watching Ross's video if you want more details on just how far Pirate Software went to boycott this entire thing. But what makes me angry most of all is firstly how after all this came to light, he still quadrupled down on most of what he said even though he was disproven multiple times. Then started banning and blocking anyone even slightly critiquing him. But also how he tried to guise it as being a selfless hero.
Because I don't want, and this is the real one, I don't want the government telling indies that they have to have their live service game stay online forever. I don't want that. Nobody wants that. But when you're talking about a legal setting to force people to do this, you're generally moving in that direction.
He just doesn't want indie developers experiencing legal trouble.
This is essentially proof that you can't blindly support indie developers because they can be just as self-serving as corporations. Although, to be honest, you could also argue that he is part of the corporations because of his connections to Blizzard and all that, but he is technically indie, so I think this applies to any indie developer. So, yeah, I really think that he just felt like this law could have potentially brought more work than it has done, but honestly, how much work could it possibly be to give the players the option to play offline? It can't be that hard in the grand scheme of game development. Of course, this is just my guess because I honestly think that game development has... I don't know anything about game development. I imagine it's hard. But I guess he was turned off by the very fact that his own publishing company was going to do even more work than they already are. And even if that were the case, that's such a disingenuous reason to do that. That's just laziness speaking. I mean, live life brings you lemons, you just make lemonade. You don't just try and stop life from giving you lemonade. Lemons, I should say.
Which is very ironic coming from the guy who, unbeknownst to most, threatened to sue a solo indie developer.
Hey, Kronos, we have to file a legal complaint against that dude earlier. We're gonna take you to court. You're going to lose.
Maybe I should talk about that for a second. As many of you may know, a few months ago, a group of content creators formed a guild called OnlyFangs in World of Warcraft Classic Hardcore, a game where if you die on a character, you lose that character permanently. Pirate Software was part of this guild, playing as a mage. Now, not only was he known for pretentiously mocking new players and bullying other mages in the guild, going as far as to say watching them play made him physically sick because obviously he's not like the other stinky noobs.
Soggy cereal.
Best player out there.
Yeah, you watch him?
You know what I did before this? I worked at Blizzard Entertainment.
Okay, well at one point, when he and his teammates were streaming and got themselves in a dangerous situation, most of the team tried helping each other survive.
Why? Did he do something wrong? Did he do something wrong? What turned you off from them?
While Thor,
he just got political and it made me uncomfortable, that's all.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll try and watch out for him because I'm essentially trying to create a community that's safe for work. And I'm basically just gonna forbid any politics here for obvious reasons. So yeah, thank you. I mean, yeah. That's kind of the whole thing. Anyway. Let me just take a good look to see what you mean. Okay, exposing to just TikTok. Please stop pretending you're unique. I don't know. These videos don't seem political at first, but I'm gonna take your word for it. So he just kind of inserts politics in a lot of things.
Oh dang, a lot of his things get age restricted.
Oh, okay, yeah, and you're underage, so that's why you can't watch them. Okay. Yeah. I doubt this one video that I'm watching is age restricted, but if it is, well, we know now. But yeah, it's pretty weird stuff. Anyway.
Ran away and said there was nothing he could do.
Pirate, why are you
dangerous situation, most of the team tried helping each other survive, while Thor, you know, the guy constantly boasting his hitherto undreamt of skills, ran away and said there was nothing he could do.
Pirate, why are you walking, bro?
What are you talking about? Why am I walking? Look at my mana.
Savageable. Come on, man.
Do you see my mana? What am I supposed to do for you?
What am I supposed to do?
Nearly
Fuck off.
enough to care about any of that. It's what happened afterwards that
He has a
started showing
deep
his
voice.
true character. He was caught lying about his resources.
Yeah, who? Thor or Soggy Cereal?
Actively wasting them while running away, so he could then claim that there was nothing he could do. And then when confronted, even though there was video proof, still lied about it, blamed
the one with a
everyone
deep
but
voice.
himself, became extremely hostile
Hi
towards
again.
anyone.
Hi. I actually missed you. The chat was pretty quiet, and I had like 3 viewers. I'm guessing it was just, you know, basically my mod, Schrodinger, maybe someone else that I don't know. They haven't showed up, and G9. Although G9 just recently started talking. Anyway, so yeah, I was
Because they're goddamn insane. Because this guild has turned into a content guild built on hate. Because they're freaking monsters.
Hate my ass.
Banning and blocking people left and right. Even in debates with team members, he would make everyone respectfully listen to his side thoroughly. But then from the moment other members wanted to share their perspective, left the call like a little child.
Yell over another person like you were doing earlier? Nah, I'm good.
Hey, mind if I DM
See
you
ya.
while you're streaming?
He eventually got
sure. I don't mind.
kicked out of the Content Creator Guild, not because he made a mistake, no one really cared about that, but because just as with Stop Killing Games, he went in acting as a person with the most skill and authority, ended up shitting the bed, then kept lying to try save Grace, and when exposed, acted like a fragile ego toddler getting reprimanded for sticking crayons up his nose, then angrily insisted the adults around him put them there. Anyways, getting to the lawsuit thread, at the time, an indie developer was working on a simple parody game ridiculing embarrassing streamer moments, such as a Pokimane for streamer cookies controversy, or XQC for being XQC. And uploaded a recording of his game on Reddit, including Pirate Software as a cockroach.
As much as you're angry right now, of course I ran.
Which, in the World of Warcraft community, refers to players desperately scurrying away instead of helping their team whenever danger is around. Now, up until that point, no streamer had made any issue of this game existing. And it definitely wasn't going to be the big supporter of indie game developers who desperately fought the evil consumer rights initiative Stop Killing Games to prevent indies from imaginary legal repercussions, right? He falsely DMCA'd the game, which is similar to copyright striking on YouTube, meaning it got taken off of the Steam Game Store. Why, you ask? Well, Thor would likely give an elaborate explanation about how using his voice from stream clips infringes on his copyright.
And said that he was using my voice in a video game, showed a bunch of videos of it, and then put that game up on Steam. Cannot use somebody's likeness or voice in any way inside of your games without their permission.
And he'd probably be correct. Problem being that those voice lines weren't in the published game. The developer just screen recorded on his own PC as a joke. So the developer reached out to Thor clarifying this and then asking if he could drop the false DMCA on his game. So obviously Thor did the most kind-hearted and sensible thing.
We're going to take you to court. You're going to lose.
Jesus Christ. This legal abuse ended up pissing off an actual lawyer who then took the case to fight Pirate Software's false claim free of charge. Which, there's an entire Substack with more details. I'll put it in the description if you're interested. But the situation basically ended as we're now used to, with Thor lying, doubling down, deflecting, and blocking any criticism until he finally dropped the DMCA. He lied about his EVE Online skills to make himself look better, deleting any comments debunking them. He lied about TV show Mr. Robot to go viral, again, deleting the comments questioning his claims. He abuses his huge audience to mass report players he dislikes.
He began assaulting Lobby caravans and threatening to get solo players banned who lashed out at him.
I think it is age restricted because the last VID I see is the age gap couples one.
I'm gonna report the shit out of this guy.
Tech, there's allegations with proof.
Oh, no.
He even fakes his voice to sound deeper.
It's our first time out here at Denver Comic Con, and there's so many people, and they love the games.
This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then.
He keeps lying to make himself look better. What are you, the Elon Musk of Twitch? Why does he think he can keep doing this? Why does he get to enforce his elitist thoughts as undisputed facts throughout the online game dev community?
I worked at Blizzard for 7 years.
Check your dims at your leisure.
That doesn't give you the right
I've been
to...
in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment.
I said we know. Although you never really were a game developer there, were you? See, he got into Blizzard through nepotism because his dad had an important role there.
My dad is the WoW guy from South Park. He was the cinematic director for Blizzard for 23 years.
And half his time there was spent as QA or test engineer, meaning he wasn't a game dev. No, he tested what the game developers made. And then the rest of his career there focused on cybersecurity. Again, not game development. They are two entirely different ways of working, and I can see that because for someone constantly critiquing others, his code, while potentially good in other roles, is fucking terrible for game development. That's probably the main reason his Kickstarter game is now so delayed. People are now asking for refunds. And I'm not saying that any of those jobs are less important than that of a game dev. I have friends in cybersecurity and I would not know how to do their job. And QA is crucial and often sadly looked down upon because frankly, a lot of people in the game dev industry are elitist. Which is why I made this video, because I hate the elitist rhetoric Thor spews. It brings me back to my time studying for my game dev bachelor's in university, where so many students would act kind, but then use bragging, lies, or insults to fabricate authority over you and make everyone around them feel inferior. Third years would degrade first years. Even teachers would support the idea of looking down on students studying in IT fields outside of game development. And I fucking hated it. That made me develop imposter syndrome. So I couldn't stand seeing a popular streamer normalize this behavior because it shouldn't be. It's already so common that my recruiter recruiter at Arrowhead Game Studios told me he'd screen me for it, because if they don't, they'll often recruit ego trippers like that, incapable of dealing with criticism, who are unable to function in a team setting so often
pretty
that
much.
they gave them the nickname Brilliant Dicks. Because they act brilliant, but really they're just dicks.
That's awful, dude. No. Eat my entire ass.
Just know that if you were, like me, on the receiving end of such individuals and ended up feeling inferior because of it, try to ignore them and focus on proving them wrong. I didn't know jack shit about game development or programming at the start of my bachelor's, yet at the end, I ended up completing challenges that they couldn't, because instead of learning from the people around them, they were too busy sniffing their own farts. Can I confidently say that Thor is a confirmed narcissist? No, because I don't have a psychology degree to back it up. What I can say, however, is that while Thor might believe the delusion that he's some uniquely gifted genius deserving to look down on everyone around him, well, for me, he's just another brilliant dick.
I can see how easy it is to manipulate people emotionally to gain money on the internet.
Yeah,
Don't ever even want to get near that.
Yeah, elitism definitely has become a huge problem in game development. You always see them, and a lot of players are just tired of them. They're tired of these types of people getting hired over games industry, and I don't know. I don't want to get too political on this, but basically, yeah. Basically, I don't know. Alright, so yeah. I guess IOFan was wrong. I do think you need to select your own copy of Super Smash Bros. ROM to patch. Yeah.
Oh, but Soggy Cereal got really famous not too long ago for disproving Dog Pack.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. There was a lot of backlash towards Dogpack. He was basically just a disgruntled employee that basically just wanted to get back at Mr. Beast, and chances are he's going to get sued. Or at the very least, Mr. Beast is considering suing him for obvious damages that he has caused. Yeah. I've seen that. It's pretty wild. I think the only accusation that turned out to be true was the one against Ava Chris Tyson. And the less we talk about her,
but I hope you do consider still downloading it even though you need a ROM.
Yeah, I am still. Don't worry about it. I'm not letting that turn me off, but yeah. Basically, yeah, no, I just,
Oh yeah, the Chris stuff was intense.
Yeah, no, I again, the less we talk about her, the better. I don't want to get demonetized or anything like that. So, yeah. Stay away from her. But, yeah. Anyway. But, yeah, no, it's kind of wild. So, yeah.
Also, I think you look lovely today, and I don't just mean your VTuber model. Yet I stopped watching Mr. Beast the second I heard ABT it.
Yeah. I think she's out of the team for the most part. But, yeah, the allegations are pretty serious on that one. Oh, thank you, Williams. Thank you for that. I'm also starting to warm up.
Yeah, he got fired a long time ago.
Well, I think it's she. Although people have kind of questioned whether or not she's actually trans. I'm kind of just assuming that she actually is, for the most part. I'd rather not get into that rabbit hole right now. But yeah, I getcha. But yeah. I don't know. Then again, there's a lot of drama farming going on with Mr. Beast, so I don't necessarily take a lot of accusations very seriously, since they're just probably...
I don't know, Pooks, if you leave your child and whole family, then like...
Wait, what are you talking about?
You're welcome, I'm full of compliments and I really like giving them out.
Thank you. Yeah, no, So, yeah, I was actually going to react to some of the videos that were left here, as, kind of wanted 90% of this to be about, stop killing games. But, yeah. But, yeah.
Chris Tyson had a wife and child, then just left them to become female-like.
I mean, I don't know, that... Like, what's wrong with that? I mean, I think it happens to a lot of trans people, right? They thought they were a man, but then they ended up becoming a woman, and that's it. I don't know. To me, that's kind of normal for trans people and all that.
A lot.
Why? Could you elaborate?
Oh, I think that's fairly selfish, NGL.
Okay, I can see where you're going, though. The fact that they just abandoned that in the pursuit of being a woman, it's like, you kind of just, you know, even if you become a woman, you should at least support your child, right? Like, yeah, I get that. I get where you're going. So, yeah.
Just leaving the entire family you've built to follow a false reality is kinda crazy.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't think that's a false reality. I mean, how can we even be sure if it's a false reality? We don't know. That's the thing. For all we know, they could actually be suffering from gender dysphoria, but we don't know, and that's...
Science.
Pretty sure there's plenty of science proving that gender dysphoria is real.
Biology.
Look, I'm not the type to really think biology is a determining factor, especially on the social side of things.
I don't know, Pooks, you can't just grow a bone and stuff. Hi.
Hello. Anyway. Grow a bone? You mean, I don't know.
Open, enjoy my suggestions.
So yeah. Okay, how can I put it this way? G9, gender dysphoria is kind of like a mental illness that you get. It's incurable, and the only thing that we can do about it is to treat it. And the best way to treat it is to transition.
Women have an extra bone that helps support a child in a womb.
Oh, yeah. I getcha. I didn't know that. But, yeah. But yeah, like I said, it's a mental illness that kind of, you can't really cure it. It kind of just lives with you for the rest of your life. And the only thing you can do is just sort of treat it by transitioning to become a woman, right? That's usually what the whole trans thing is based off. I do admit there's probably a lot of misinformation about it, and I feel like a lot of people have thrown a lot of misinformation about it. So, yeah.
I thought there was therapy.
Therapy? I don't know. It sounds a lot like conversion therapy for gay people. It's along the same lines, in my opinion. I don't think you can really cure that with therapy.
Are you multi-streaming?
Yes, I am.
Yet.
Oh, crap. Yeah, I am. Ah. All right. Alright, is everybody back? Uh... Anyway, we seem to be getting back our viewers. That's nice. That's nice. Right. Yeah. There you are. Anyway, as I was saying, right, gender dysphoria... Wait, what's up with the tracking?
Oh, it's moving.
Yeah. Yeah, it's moving. Hold on. Right. Anyway.
Can you wiggle your ears?
Yes. I mean, it wiggles as I move it, so yeah. Anyway. Like I said, G9. Basically, gender dysphoria is basically like a mental illness that is a lot like,
I'll make that trackable FR.
I don't know. Anyway, gender dysphoria is basically like a mental illness, and it's basically like your brain making you want to be the opposite gender, and there's no cure for that, and you gotta, the best way to alleviate that pain of not being, of that, you know, like cognitive dissonance of not being the gender you think you are, is to just simply transition, right? That's usually how it works, right? A lot of people say, oh no, it's an identity. It's not an identity. It's a mental illness. It's a lot of suffering, a lot of, you know, a lot of having to reconcile with your new self and that sort of thing. And yeah, transitioning to look female is just a coping mechanism to make existence bearable. That's it. That's what it is. And a lot of people...
Oh yeah, I used to think ABT that a lot when I was younger, but then I realized that I can just be me without thinking I'm in the wrong body. So just be a tomboy or a femboy.
Well, yeah, that approach works. But but sometimes for some people the pain is so intense that you can't just simply live as a tomboy, or in the case of me, I would probably live as a femboy, right? Speaking of which, I'm gonna try and look for a Felix Argyle.
Then therapy boom.
I mean, yeah, that works. Although I will admit, I think a lot of therapists can technically be a little corrupt in the sense that they don't. They kind of just get you straight to the process of transitioning. They don't really like become a devil's advocate for you and say, "Hey, are you sure you want this? Maybe it's better to be a femboy or a tomboy," you know, that sort of thing. I think it's their job to do that, but unfortunately, Big Pharma is like, nope, we gotta sell these transition surgeries and we gotta push it to as many people as possible. And they're like, you know, they're not helping. They're not helping.
Oh, we're still having this conversation, okay?
Yeah.
NGL, I stay away from that stuff.
Yeah, I understand why you would want to stay away from that stuff. What stuff exactly? Like the operations and all that? I mean, honestly, let me just get this straight. One, I don't like the idea of biological men being in women's sports just because they identify as a woman. That's bullshit. That's cheating. Also, I feel like if trans women should go in the bathroom, they should at least put the effort of actually looking like a woman instead of just, you know, not doing anything to make themselves look like a woman. And again, there's this one woman that I think kind of,
well, just the people, because they get really mean and harsh very, very quickly, and then that hurts my feelings once I get into a like 6v1 argument because I like Chick-fil-A.
Oh yeah, and there's that whole controversy about Chick-fil-A being like, oh my god, they're conservative or some bullshit like that. It's like, I don't fucking care. They make good burgers. They have excellent service. It really just ends up boiling out to a lot of he said, she said bullshit about, you know.
Oh yeah, there's this guy named like Gabe and he goes into the girls' restroom and he looks like a little boy, so yet.
Yeah, that's the point. I think that if you want to be a woman, you have to start.
But he's 9, so.
What? What? That is so strange. I'm sorry. Anyway, I was gonna show you this trans woman called Blair White, and this is how she looks like, right? And that's because, like I said before, she went through the effort of actually looking like one.
He's 9 and thinks he's a girl, and I just feel bad.
You know what? The only way to prove that he actually has gender dysphoria is that he still is into that way past 18, right? So if that whole thing is, you know, like a persistent thing that follows him throughout adulthood, then yeah, you can have him transition. But I really think it's important to have a lot of skepticism with that, because that could just be him trying to adopt to a more liberal culture or something like that. I kind of have like doubt with that. I kind of feel worried about worried about that kid, to be honest. But yeah, kind of worried about that.
Yo Rexy, check your DMS real quick.
I know, I saw it. Yeah, I think maybe it's better that I keep some of these types of conversations there, but I kind of felt like doing it.
And this girl who dated my best friend, and she gets mad at me when I say like girl, like as in slang, and she wears dressing most days at school but wants me to call her a guy.
I mean, I don't know how to judge that sort of situation. Basically, for all I know, they could be a genuine trans man. But again, you gotta keep in mind that transitioning can be very expensive, right? So it's also very expensive. You have to get through a lot of operations and all that, especially for face reconstruction and the hormone
I don't
therapy.
know either, I just deal with the awkward hugs.
Why are they awkward?
I don't like hugs.
Oh, that makes sense. But yeah, yeah, again, I'd rather not judge, but yeah, it just looks like to me that's a trans man that probably wants to transition to being a man. Although again, here's the thing, transitioning should not be the end-all be-all for when it comes to that. There's multiple solutions to that problem. Like you said, you could just be a tomboy or a femboy, and if that helps alleviate the dysphoria, more power to you, right? People should be open to that possibility, right? Because the reality is, transitioning is a last resort. It's not supposed to be like the definitive thing you should do. It's a last resort if the gender dysphoria is intense enough, right? And gender dysphoria is essentially like that uncomfortable feeling of not being your true gender, right? That's essentially what it is. It's like a pain, right? And that pain follows you throughout adulthood. Like, it just follows you for the rest of your life, right? And essentially that's kind of what this is, right? That's how it affects me, right? I really wish
You know Canada has this thing where the government kill the chronically ill and sometimes the mental ill, which is crazy.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. That is so fucking unhinged. I saw a YouTuber called SFO/Dev. He normally covers politics, but he ended up making a video about that. That is so fucking...
yeah, that's similar to depression, but like feelings are temporary.
I don't know. I mean, from my experience, gender dysphoria is like, it's like this uncomfortable feeling of not being who you are, and it's very persistent, and when you are being yourself, it kind of alleviates that. So whenever I act like a girl, it ends up feeling very satisfying. And the reason sometimes I use a guy
You
voice...
got like 3 more decades at least.
3 more decades, huh? For what? Transitioning?
Life.
Oh, yeah. I could extend that if I have a vegan diet or something, so who knows?
Vegan?
Yeah, like a very healthy diet, you know, you know. Although that probably isn't the right word. I think
Not vegan.
No.
No Chick-fil-A.
No. I was thinking something more like a plant-based diet, although that's too might remove me from the Chick-fil-A lovers thing.
Still.
Yeah, that's what I had in mind. Vegan seems to be...
No Chick-fil-A.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's just eating healthy, right? You know, getting your vitamins, getting everything.
MHM.
You know, making sure your meat isn't, like, bad or anything. Then again, my grandpa used to be very vegan, so I thought maybe I could follow his example to try and extend my life, because that's kind of the goal of... I mean, that seems to be the goal of veganism for the most part, at least to me, right? I don't know.
Hey. Not trying to be rude, the last thing I want to do, but this conversation is kind of derailing the stream, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I agree. I apologize for that. Let's get back to Stop Killing Games. Yeah.
I have an aunt who's very vegan, but she's like the black sheep of the family, so I don't know how her health is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've heard a lot of allegations about vegan people, like having bad teeth or something like that. I don't know how true that is, but let's get back to Stop Killing Games. I think I've seen enough of these videos, so...
Vegan teacher.
Sure, why not? Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Are you talking about her?
Good luck.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Yes, she's goofy.
Very goofy.
GTG for dinner. I'll see you later in stream or via frog memes.
Alright, take care. Bon appetit.
In conclusion on the SKG initiative, it's going strong. Pirate software sucks. Can we all agree on that?
Yep.
Today we're joined by this guy.
In fact, I'm under the opinion that nothing less than an expiration date on the box or the store page or something would wake people up. See, right now it's in order to reverse engineer a server emulator. I mean, I feel like the people who do that are like Einstein's in a straitjacket trying to get themselves out to write an equation. I mean,
pretty much.
It's just so hostile for trying to do it. But if they had all this documentation about how the networking protocols work, and that would go a long way.
Ross Scott of Accursed Farms, who's spearheading the Stop Killing Games initiative, which aims to protect consumers' rights to play video games even after a publisher decides to stop supporting it.
Was that in mind? Let's check out the videos that I sent you on Discord.
Some level of ownership or expectancy that you'll be able to use that thing that you bought. And Ross said in our interview and discussion today that he thinks...
I think it's the front lines.
And we agree with him. This is sort of the front lines of the enshittification discussion, where the things you own are becoming less yours, and they're more prone to just disappearing at some point, even if you've spent money on them, and in ways that are less clear than the traditional subscription service approach, where at least that's very clear what your usage lifetime is. Currently, there's a powerful movement for a direct democracy citizens initiative in the EU to make this happen, and if it gets 1 million signatures, Ross says he feels pretty good about the chances.
This one, the European Citizens Initiative, I really think, I would bet money that we win it if we can get the signatures.
Of course, after this one, whatever floats your fancy, really.
I'm already kind of getting tired of some of these initiative ones, to be honest, so let's start with that one. So, yeah. Alright. That's a cute anime girl. I hope to God that this is not copyrighted.
She's been told before, no one does it like her. Automated war, I'm the newest king of your tragedy. See the consequences. It was your decision. Submit to me, my mission. Praise me. Take you to my new nirvana.
Oh boy, do you have a lot to learn.
Nice song. Tracking's weird.
If you want, I can teach you through a Discord VC.
Teach me what, though?
3 words neurosoma, lore.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Silly me, I guess I lost control. Out of mind, out of body. Nobody knows what's in my soul.
Alright, next video. Oh, Casual Geographic.
How about another day that I recommend you a video about this AI VTuber?
Yeah, sure.
With the Amex Gold Card.
Oh, right. App lock is turned off by YouTube, of course. Okay, crap. I think I should have retitled this video. Crap. Hold on.
Oh, by the way, I noticed you're very passionate about trans stuff and I admire that.
Oh yeah, I am. I honestly have a lot of opinions that will probably get me canceled on the trans community, so yeah. I'm not afraid. I mean, if you really love something, you're gonna have to say the hard stuff, right? I'd rather not get into it because, like you said, I'm probably derailing this, and yeah. But yeah, I was just trying to have a constructive conversation with G9 about it. I understand why she's like a little skeptical about it because I know there's a lot of people out there that have deliberately.
I sent you a DM too.
All right, gotcha. Let me see. Let me see. All right, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'll have it on your streams. The whole conversation about progressive stuff and whatever. Yeah, I'll do with that. Anyway, let's get to right. Plus other videos. Yeah, I already did that. Probably change it on Twitch too. There we go. Okay, so next video is basically suggested by IOP Fan Williams, and it is Honey Badger versus Wolverine, deciding the impossible fight. Oh god, these two animals are pretty. I know these two animals are known for being incredibly unhinged.
An Oreo-flavored bowl cut wearing assault on the food web, a scavenging super soldier steroid weasel. Two animals infamous for durability blessed by the almighty, disregard of death as a concept, and being a part-time predatory hemorrhoid. An unstoppable force versus an immovable object. A fight as much philosophical as physical, and today we'll break down how these musclets match up until in the end, only one is left standing. Now disclaimer, I've actually done this video before, but after some additional research and some number crunching, my answers changed quite a bit, and after mulling it over, I actually feel pretty good about my pick. Another note I wanted to add is there are no definites in nature. What I mean is, if I say animal A would beat animal B in a fight, I don't mean animal A would run the table every time. It's more like if A and B squared up 10 times, I'd expect animal A to hypothetically win at least 6. Any debate worth having wouldn't just be one contender steamrolling the other. That being said, let's meet
Casual combat.
The Honey Badger's Black Air Force Energy energy emanating from an aggressive tube sock. At only about 20 to 30 pounds and a length of 22 to 30 inches, the glorified ferret is too small, too slow, and too solitary for a conventional way of life. In a world of fight or flight, the honeyhead's defining trait is not having wings, and monochrome crash outs are actually their best defense. But it's not just a bluff. The bane of bees has 1.5-inch claws, mostly for digging and breaking into hives, and jaws powerful enough to crack open a tortoise. They apparently use those jaws to castrate larger animals to bleed them to death. But if we want to be fair here, we do have to mention that the castration claim came from Kruger Park Ranger James Stevenson Hamilton in 1947 and hasn't been documented since. Either way, the real flex is that if cockroaches had breasts, they'd probably be honey badgers. They're that hard to kill. They famously have thick 6mm skin that can tank quills, bites, bee stings, machetes, and most importantly, severe maulings from much larger predators.
Oh my gosh.
It also has freakishly loose skin that makes it nearly impossible to pin down without it turning around and delivering punishment to the face. Additionally, they have a reversible anal pouch with a smell foul enough to gift angry bees the power of discernment, although I don't think it would affect a rampaging wolverine. All in all, the honey badger punches way above its weight, and it needs to have a chance. The wolverine is a travel-sized bear on bath salts and a different kind of cockroach, living on the very fringes of existence where most others could not. Wolverines weigh about 30 to 45 pounds and measure
An animal so brutal that an edgy superhero was named after him. Yeah, that's the Wolverine.
up at 28 to 42 inches, and they also have the honey badger problem of not having the bulk of a bear, the parkour prowess of a puma, or the power of friendship like wolves. They do have jaws strong enough to crush bone and chew through frozen flesh, and 4-inch semi-retractable claws, mostly for climbing, but also for running non-retractable fades. Like the honey badger, they have thick loose skin, but also a coat to insulate them from the elements. They're also the IRS for animals way above their weight class, as they're on record shifting cougars, wolves, and in some rare cases, even bears from meals. And again, like the honey badger, they also weaponize their anal glands, enough to have the nickname skunk bear. Not something that should matter against a badger, but the fight would be an odious assault on and of every sense. The wolverine's bigger frame means it has confirmed kills against animals up to 20 times its size, and there's even one case of a wolverine allegedly putting a polar bear in past tense by latching its jaws around the bear's windpipe. But just like with the honey badger, there isn't really evidence of a rageaholic gym sock suffocating a polar bear with more than just smell, but then again, people won't let facts get in the way of a good story. That's how some animals end up sounding way worse than they actually are.
God,
Other animals don't get taken nearly seriously enough. Like the most dangerous animal in Yellowstone isn't a wolverine, a wolf, or even a bear. And a quick look at these articles and you'll see that a fluffy, bearded tank puts way more humans in hospital beds. But actually reading the articles will tell you that it's the people causing problems, and the bison are guilty of only protecting their personal space. That's why it's important you have both sides of a story before you start judging, and that's why I'm working with Ground News. Ground News is an app and website developed by a former NASA engineer who saw news outlets basically bias planting to boost engagement. And like I always say, if you think you're impervious, an excellent way to stay informed. But to see who would get unsubscribed from life first, it's imperative to see how they move in the world they live in. Because laying out all the tools they have to work with isn't as important as how they use them in the first place. Starting with the sand-seasoned rage-baiting reptile. Honey badgers have the second widest prey range of any mustelid, and most of what they find is by using their claws to dig them up. A study done in the Khalkhadi Transfrontier Park found that most of what they eat are small mammals like mice and gerbils, and small reptiles like geckos and skinks. But honey badgers are also high metabolic maniacs. They'll try highly venomous snakes such as puff adders and black mambas, and they'll steal larvae straight from the heart of homicidal.
Alright, I gotta check the outside world for a sec. Be right back. I gotta check.
Take your time, RJ.
Alright, chat, I'm back. That was that one. Oh my gosh. Hold on.
Bark bark. Welcome back, I missed you.
I was just calming down my dog. So, yeah. I'm glad you missed me. Anyway. Yeah. Bark, bark. Yeah, I think that should calm him down. Or her down, actually.
Beehives. They're so masochist coded that many believe that they're immune to venom when they're only resistant. There are cases of honey badgers being excused from the mortal roll call while eating honey because they got stung to death in the process, and getting flatlined by snakes because they kept getting bit but refused
Did you
to
like
quit.
poison
Honey
your
badgers
dog?
seem to have a severe lack
No.
of self-preservation, but
No.
it makes sense when you live in a world where running away is physically
just,
not an option. But it also means they're crazy enough
I just
to try
called
to
the
kill
dog.
He seemed like a nice dog, and I
that's
should
'cause
know
the
I
honey
have
badger
3 of
is a
them.
forager on steroids that doesn't pass up opportunities to eat because they virtually can't afford to. Most predators rest and chill after a big kill, but honey badger will stop only for as long as it takes to consume it before running off to find another. This mentality also helps his furry fitted sheet not fold in the face of predators, and constantly fighting back even inches from death means even if it can be killed, it often ends up being more effort than it's worth. In a desolate landscape like the Kalahari, an overachieving weasel scrounges a living in the area code of some of the most impressive and oppressive forces of predatory nature. Wolverines are survivalists on steroids that live in some of the most
I
unlivable
got one dog
places
who
on
is
Earth.
very
While
timid but
bears
scares a
hibernate in the
couple
dead
little
of winter,
children
the
because
skunk
he
bear's
barks
still
at
outside
them.
in avalanche country. Those claws work
Oh.
as crampons to let the Hulk weasel cling to the side of a cliff, and having large paws means they can run across the same deep snow other animals would sink in. Those jaws are specifically designed to tear through flesh that's frozen solid, and a wolvie will eat every part of a carcass, right down to the teeth. They even have a molar that's been rotated 90 degrees for the main purpose of cutting through ice solid meat. Also, they are the
I've read a
second
book
most
on this
disrespectful
topic like
creature
years
in
ago.
class, with number 1 going to goats. Wolverines roam these
What
mountains like we
topic?
use
The
crosswalks.
badgers or
It's
the
actually why they're
dogs?
so impossible to keep track of. A motivated Wolverine will easily trek through 40 miles of rough, virtually inaccessible terrain in a day. And in Glacier National, there was one case of a
Them
Wolverine
two animals
scaling a
fighting.
5,000-foot peak
Oh.
in an hour and a half. And that stubbornness applies to their diet, since Wolverines often have to scavenge under the noses of apex predators. But Wolverines can kill too, and in a study, 84% of the observed Wolverines' diets included reindeer, and 28% of those were actually wiped out by Wolverines. There might not be a worse predator to have than a Wolverine, and it's because of how they hunt. Wolverines are the pioneers of one-person persistence hunting, and in one study, a Wolverine chased a caribou for a total of just under 40 miles in a hunt exceeding 6 hours. The animal with glutton for a Latin name will tailgate a mark until they eventually gas out. So whether it's a determined garbage disposal or a flagrantly reckless
Don't
felony
those guys
ferret,
live in
beating either
Madagascar?
would be a war of attrition.
I have
But the
no- I
question
think
still
they live in
remains,
Europe.
Can he fight though? Both these animals rely on intimidation and offensive defense, but how do they fare when that bluff gets called? With honey badgers, those claws probably wouldn't feel good across the
Alright, be
face.
right back.
The real damage is in that bite. A honey badger's jaws are strong.
Okay, don't suffocate.
There you go.
Strong enough to pull the meat out of a carcass after other predators are done with it. They're actually built for conflict because the badger's skull has a transverse mandibular condyle that locks into the jaw socket, creating a tight fit that secures the jaw and makes it incredibly difficult to dislodge or dislocate. That's how a honey badger maintains its dental grip on either prey or predators, no matter how hard they buck. The jaw strength is how honey badgers are documented murking goats and sheep, usually by tearing holes in their underside and disemboweling them. The honey badger will also use its nasty bite to factory reset snakes by immobilizing them with a bite to the back of the head. By essentially shanking ops with their teeth and using claws for leverage, the honey badger has scored some impressive
you should
wins
play
against raptors like
Balatro
Marshall and
FRFR.
tawny eagles, and even the African porcupine, the same one that's a lion's last resort. When honey badgers fight each other, injuries show that they go for the face, neck, and underbelly because they know that everything else is a waste of time. The honey badger is an absolute stonewall, but its size means it's realistically not killing prey bigger than a sheep. Not like the wolverine. The wolverine is a walking vice grip capable of crippling prey. They have the same tight seal jaw mechanism that all mustelids do, and they use it by climbing on top of prey and eviscerating the neck and shoulder area. One of their favorite strats is running up on prey trapped in deep snow and essentially turning their last moments into a rodeo. Wolverines have used this to single-handedly take down Dall's sheep, reindeer, mountain goats, elk, and even the biggest mark in the area. From 1967 to 2001 in Krasnoyarsk, Russia, there were 19 cases of wolverines flatlining moose, and based on the bodies, they favored tearing at the legs, neck, and shoulder. Now to be fair, the wolverines usually went after the young, the sick, or as mentioned, those swallowed by snowdrifts, but it's still a feral ferret the size of a mid-dog, taking the life of an animal 20 times its size. Against each other, they use their hook claws to grapple and try to land their trapped jaws around the face and throat. The wolverine has a higher power rating than a honey badger, but the honey badger has that dog in him. Even in a dying effort, honey badgers have been known to throw hands at a lion for hours. But there's another aspect we gotta look at, and this might actually be what decides it. How they match up with predators is a big factor, since in this fight they're going up against another predator. And there's no shortage of threats to a honey badger's well-being. Lions, hyenas, leopards, wild dogs, crocodiles, baboons, and pythons are all liable to catch an African aggro skunk slipping. As much as their reputation precedes them, honey badger got quite a lot to give a shit about. Even though they can live for nearly 30 years in captivity, in the wild most won't make it past 7. Honey badgers aren't the indestructible black and white badger berserkers the internet says they are. They're actually very vulnerable to predators. And it seems that the honey badger's two biggest threats are leopards and hyenas. As funny as it is, mature lions typically avoid them, since beefing with a malice-operated weasel when you hunt buffalo for a living is a genuine waste of time. But leopards and hyenas are more curious, and since a foot-tall badger can't outrun a hyena gang or sidestep a leopard, they literally have no other option than to fight to buy itself extra time on Earth. But ultimately, honey badgers have no shot at crippling any predator bigger than a jackal, and it becomes a losing matchup when a predator decides it does have time. It's just that the honey badger's crackhead determination means it can survive situations they have no business walking away from. Wolverines don't face the sheer volume, but they still have a familiar feline
Hey Rexy
build,
buddy,
one of
with
the
you know
greatest
reacting
pack
how
hunters
you
of all
would
time,
react
and
to
one of the
stuff in
largest
mind,
land
can I
predators on
interest
Earth
you
to
in
deal
checking
with.
out
Like
a
the honey
song or
badger,
two?
the Wolverine's durability has been blown up
Sure.
as time's gone on.
I
They're
can't
actually
play
really
it.
vulnerable against wolves. They'll square up and fight the good fight, but they're as brave as they need to be until there's a tree. In a study on the mortality of wolverines in Sweden, over 40% died to a predator, likely a wolf, or another reen. Of course, we're still talking about a freaking wolverine, and you gotta take a gigaferret capable of offing elk, lynxes, and on the right day, a moose, seriously. Wolverines are a legitimate risk to predators that can't afford to tank injuries, and this can lead to them getting bullied out of resources that may not have been worth it. Wolverines are one of the rarest mammals in America, and because they typically live in the inhospitable, we don't really know how these encounters typically go, but we know one thing for sure. Wolves, cougars, black bears, and brown bears can and have killed wolverines, and no wolverine has been recorded murking one of them, unless you believe the polar bear story. So now we have everything to decide who would win, but now we have to decide what winning is. Obviously, there's no question who wins in a fight to the death, but is it still a W if you can force a forfeit first? In nature, a fight to the death is rare, because the injury sustained would likely life deprive both sides anyway. As much as
You
the
do not
drama
know
of a
how much
drawn-out
I've been looking
cinematic
for
duel to the
someone to
death
do
would
this on
sell,
their stream.
getting one side to turn tail is just as valuable a win. So here, a win would mean either straight up destroying the other, or successfully intimidating them. Now let's
to
finally set the
react
scene
to
for the
music?
fight. It's the middle of an unbearably long dry season when a wolverine and a honey badger run into each other at a fresh deer kill. Neither's eaten in days,
Cough,
and
cough,
both may
dram.
not eat for several more, and with these being two prime
I
males,
know.
this fade might be fatal. Let's review what we got. The honey badger is arguably more durable, surviving maulings that would likely kill the wolverine. Plus, a honey badger is liable to fight to the absolute death. But even in a fight going the distance, the biggest question remains: how does the honey badger basically beat a bigger version of itself? The wolverine can
Yikes.
survive one of the worst conditions of any predator, and the same jaws that can cripple a moose and allegedly a polar bear should be enough to crush the honey badger's skull. But the honey badger takes a lot to kill, and will be squirming and giving it right back the whole time. For the wolverine, the question is, if bigger predators struggle with it, how does the wolverine expect to be any different? It's not easy, but the winner is the wolverine. The honey badger's lipo-looking loose skin and attitude would make this a prolonged fight, but the wolverine's jaws are capable of inflicting enough crush damage on the badger, especially if it lands a blow to the head, which they normally go for. In a fight going the distance, the wolverine would get beaten up, but the honey badger likely wouldn't be able to get a kill on the wolverine. But the real winner here is the wolverine's lack of risk aversion. Even though the honey badger is more kamikaze coded, wolverines have been known to die trying to steal a kill in front of a bear. So the chances the wolverine backs off are lower than the wolverine offing the badger, or even the honey badger running first. Against a similar sized African civet, the nasty honey badger is able to pin it, but ultimately the civet's able to walk away. I can't see a honey badger submitting a much bigger wolverine, but like I said, there are no definites in nature, and in a best of 10, I'd expect a wolverine to force a submit or a retreat at least 6 times. It was close, but in a matchup like this, only one can take the W, so it's only fitting that the wolverine already has it. But that's gonna do it for this video. Drink water, hug your mother, touch grass, call your father. Let me know what other matchups you want to hear me talk about, and I'ma see y'all in the next one.
Alright, let's react to some music. I'm gonna mute the... Alright, hold on. It's gonna get real quiet though. Very nice. Kinda has that Vaporwave vibe.
Do what you got to do. I understand people do be stingy.
Yeah. Good first impression on the artist.
Could you at least turn it up a little bit?
Turn it up. Turn it up. I don't know. Maybe just on low volume, I guess. Alright.
I'm back.
Alright.
Finished recording for the new video.
Alright, what's the new video about? Oh, that's cute. You know,
just a smidge. What is that?
Oh, right. This is photos of like kitsunes. You know, basically fox people. I like them, so that's kind of why I was looking at them. You know, just safe for work, anime pictures of like fox people. That's it. Anyway, hold on.
Mr. Fantastic, I'm stretched too thin. Press my sticks to the boards.
I love them too for obvious reasons.
Alright, that's probably all you're gonna get. Yeah. I'm honestly inclined to them, right? But yeah. That's as far as I'm gonna go with the music.
Interesting music LMAO. Oh, by the way, just so you could say it's fair use, why don't you add a bit of commentary to what you're listening to?
Sure. I don't know if fair use is going to stop YouTube from copyrighting my videos. Maybe I could cut that in the long form version, but yeah. Also, Schrodinger, now that you're here, can I ask you that maybe you could be my video editor? For like clipping my streams and putting them as like long form videos or shorts. What do you think about that? Alright, let's go for the second song.
I think you have to be monetized in order to get demonetized.
Oh, okay. Pretty good rap music, not gonna lie.
You feeling stagnant when that boat tips, I made it rock. I used to play Sega
yeah.
and shit, and now I smoke a lot of weed and it ain't matter.
This kind of reminds me of Jet Set Radio.
On the back of the whip, I backed up with the strength of the piston of Mack trucks. You ever seen a grown man crumple into a puddle? Man, I ain't have a move left. I couldn't do nothing but struggle. I need some shit to keep my mind on the PowerPoints.
Then again, I got drawn to react to music. Technically non-copyrighted music, but yeah.
Breakfast Meat Kill Bill the rapper, one of my favorite rappers.
Yeah. First time I've heard him, and he's already my favorite.
I like Eminem's old stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I like the Anyway, yeah, no, good rapper. Kill Bill is pretty good. Also, the Eminem song that I'm mentioning is Without Me. You know, this looks like a job for me.
Tom McDonald is good, but don't listen to him.
Why? Why not?
You wouldn't like him, trust.
Okay. But yeah, nice first impression. Sorry I didn't reveal the first song. May as well reveal it. Let's see.
I loved it when Eminem was at the Super Bowl.
Oh, really? This has to be the most chill song from Kill Bill. This looks like a remix of 3 artists from the looks of it.
I think he was there with Snoop Dogg and people.
Yeah, nice. Damn. Bro is smooth with his bars.
To reflect and I'll get better usually, but that's not the point of your presence. I need to know that there's more. I keep on learning this lesson. I need to grow.
Thanks for giving those songs a try. Might I recommend listening to them on like an exclusive stream on another platform off YouTube? Just something to consider next time.
Yeah, I'll consider that. Probably might get banned for all I know. But yeah. But yeah, this is for you. But yeah, anyway. I was thinking my VTuber rig should look like this, like the gray haired girl, because it looks similar to Schrodinger's entry on the art contest that I made. This is kind of what I had in mind. She's very cute though, not gonna lie.
Thanks, I feel special.
You're welcome. Yeah. I'll risk getting copy struck if it just for you. But yeah. Not gonna lie, you already got me a new favorite artist.
Oh, by the way, I didn't say this before, but I do look forward to your new video coming up, Schrodinger.
Oh yeah. Me too. Me too. And let's search up Kitsune pictures. Wait a minute, this is a VTuber. This is who is this? Yeah, I've seen this VTuber before. I don't know what her name is. I think it's Smog Alana. I think that's what she's called. Alana, yeah, Smog Alana. Boom, baya, 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 boom, baya, dun, 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 boom, baya.
My phone is on 3%, so I'm going to recommend you 3 other videos to watch.
Alright. Man, bro, you gotta charge. You gotta recharge.
You're always down for my challenges, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn, my phone dies when it's at 7% because it's old.
Oh, yikes. Oh. Yeah, no. That must suck. Oh yeah, I could also look like a raccoon with this.
While we wait, so any updates on your design of your new Fusion model?
It's cancelled. It's cancelled. I already mentioned this before.
I may or may not be 8 iPhone models behind LMAO.
Hold on. I gotta put up Clip Studio. Okay. So, right. I might want to show a particular... whoops.
Circle.
Yeah, hold on.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just a circle. Don't worry about it. Hold on.
Jump scare.
Yeah.
Talk to me, what happened?
I'm showing the design that I was working on, which is, where was it? I swear to God, it was right there. Alright, it's called Fusion. This is the design that I was working on, and basically, unfortunately, it was canceled because Schrodinger had a lot of PTSD with it. It was like a deadly combo of PTSD, and that's the reason why I canceled that design, because Schrodinger is my mod, and I gotta work as a team, and I have to be very considerate, so I basically had to abandon this. Basically, this design reminds him of his girlfriend, Sarah, which he broke up with, and yeah, I had to scrap it, sadly. This is what I was able to come up with on my own, from scratch.
Himiko Toga reminds me of a certain woman who used to be in my life who used avatars of her constantly in VRC.
Yeah, VRC.
I made fair rough around the edges, but it looked adorable from what I can see.
Yeah, me too, I agree. I do have a version without the clothing, so maybe I could recover this, but for the most part, yeah.
Chop the head off.
Chop the head off, my god. But yeah, no, it's
Then boom.
Nah. I mean, I already have a version with her like underwear.
Replace it with frog.
Maybe.
Good job considering your mod.
Yeah. Like I said, I had to go back to the drawing board, and I even went as far as to start an art contest to come up with concept art for my next VTuber rig, the custom rig, because this one is not...
Cool fact about us, did you know foxes have vertical slit pupils like cats?
Really? Really? I thought wolves had that too. I thought wolves also had that too. Do they not have that? So, wolves.
Fun fact, wolves are cute.
Yeah, they're adorable. I find a hard time seeing them as dangerous
Wolves
animals.
have round eyes.
Slit pupils.
They might eat me, but I'll pet them either way.
Yeah, me too. They might eat me, but I'll still pet them like they're cute little puppers that they are. I'm still gonna tell them they're a good boy.
Foxes though are super cool.
Oh, really?
Are you still considering the reference art I sent you?
Yes. The one with the cat goblin. Yeah, I am considering that. Technically, I might even say that's part of the contest, but then again, it's for artists, so I'm not gonna technically count it.
I love making foxes out of origami.
That's cute. But yeah, this is the design I had in mind. This is what happened to her, and she's scrapped. I wish I could use her, to be honest. That would have been the end-all be-all for Goblina, Rexy Goblina. But no. Although, now that I think about it, I may as well bring this up. Schrodinger, if I change the color of the character here, so instead of it being like, cream, I could make it something like maybe gray or... No, too gray. Whoops. Like, something like that, and you just make it gray. Is that better? Does that make it better?
Yo Rex, do you still got a special woman in your life?
Special woman? Yeah.
Slightly yes.
Yeah.
I like this tea.
Tea? You drink tea?
Shout out to her.
Thank you.
You know I'm not British. I dumped mine.
Yeah. Though, from what I remember, she dumped you. Which, I can understand why you hate her even more. Because, you know, I was there when she did that.
Yes.
Yeah, I was there when she did that.
Okay,
What?
Y'all like frogs?
Were
you guys dating the same person? Stabbed me in the back and broke up with me because she can't take accountability for her actions.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah, we were. I broke up previously before this happened, so yeah. It was on better terms, but yeah.
Held a message for reason, sex-based terms. Allow will post it to chat.
Wait, what? Automod?
Damn, thanks for doing me dirty, Automod.
I can technically allow it. If you want. I already saw what you wrote, though. It says, what? Threesome?
I have beef with Automod.
Yeah, I know. Should I allow it or not? I mean, it's pretty NSFW, so I can understand why it got...
IDC.
Alright, so you don't care. Right, never mind. Yeah. It's pretty NSFW, so yeah.
I want more tea, though.
What do you mean more tea? Didn't you say you weren't British? Like Taya?
OMB like gossip. Spill the tea.
Oh, okay. Okay. Alright, you were getting into the whole drama between me, Sarah, and Schrodinger. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, crap.
Yeah, this is getting good.
Right. I guess you could say, well, I used to date Sarah, but I wasn't feeling it, so we ended up breaking up.
Well, this would make an interesting private conversation.
Yeah, no.
Basically a passing of a torch, if I do say so myself.
Yeah. I don't know. Schrodinger, I just want your permission to talk about this. I'm not sure if you're okay with me talking about Sarah, so just letting you know. I'm gonna wait on him. Who the fuck is Ludwig? How much money does Larry really make? The Amazing World of Gumball. Oh my gosh.
William, you do not understand gossip.
Yeah.
You don't know Ludwig?
No? I guess I'm lucky not to know him, right? Who the fuck is Ludwig? Anyway, Schrodinger, you haven't really given...
Crazy, you're very lucky.
Yeah, no. It's like, who the fuck is Ludwig? This is my first time hearing about Ludwig. He looks unhinged, if I'm being honest. Okay, you know what? Since I don't have permission to talk about Sarah from Schrodinger, I'm gonna just go with the Ludwig drama, just to get more gossip out of there. Let's go.
He got me into trouble when I was younger, like much younger. I was watching him and he made a dick joke and my mom heard and I got grounded. Again, why don't you guys have like a private VC about this? Hell, make the VC available to listen to on Discord exclusively.
Alright. Maybe that might be for the best. Alright, hold on. I forgot to get Clip Studio out of here.
T is T.
Yeah. Anyway.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rip here. So today we're going to be talking about the Ludwig situation, which is a very messy and convoluted one. So a few days ago, Ludwig hosted a Mario Kart event that featured a lot of drinking. And during this, one of the streamers he invited would get wasted and then would act inappropriately towards some of the female streamers attending that event. Afterwards, he was banned from Twitch. He lost his major sponsorship. And basically, that's where the story would end if there wasn't more layers to this. It's not a black and white situation when you look at the totality of the circumstances and the fact that Ludwig invited this individual to a drinking event knowing he was an alcoholic.
Oh, seriously, he's getting cancelled over this and not him supported terrorists. Crazy.
Reaching a point of potential alcohol poisoning, and then told him to up his...
Thank God there was a lot to unpack there. Let's not unpack it and derail the stream.
Yeah. Alright.
Numbers. So, yeah.
Also,
as you
let
can
me...
see, very messy.
Also, did I just hear that?
William, you're no fun.
I'm just waiting on Schrodinger. Because it involves him, too. But yeah. Anyway, let's focus on this T for now, okay? Okay, so let me just reread that. Oh, seriously, he's getting cancelled over this and him not supporting... And not him supporting terrorists? Crazy. So he did a lot worse, basically.
Messy situation. Let's jump right into some of the context here. In case you're not aware, Ludwig is a very big content creator. He is someone for a long time who ran this Mogul Mail channel that covered a lot of drama and other streaming related stuff. And eventually he got known as a fence sitter because he would basically sit back, watch a situation unfold, a week later come out with the most popular opinion reflected by everyone else and what they'd already said. And eventually people criticized him for avoiding talking about
Simply
some of
put,
his
I enjoy
friends,
tea
like
and much as the
Hassan
next guy,
Piker.
but there's a time and a place. Yeah, he's supporting streamers who are very, very anti-Israel. Like very, very, very. That's why the far left is insane.
Yeah, they always have been, to be honest.
True, I get the best tea from the restroom.
Yeah. They always have been.
In fact, he made a video that inadvertently made Hassan look bad, and Hassan was very furious and demanded that he alter the video to fix the mistake. And Ludwig would comply, and that would be one of his final actions on this channel. Eventually, he would say that he didn't want to do drama on that channel anymore, and if you look at the replies from this back in April, I mean, he's just getting absolutely toast. Too much of a coward to talk about Hassan. He's Hassan
Oh yeah, there
Casey.
we
He just
go.
wants to
Now
play it
he's
safe.
talking
Ludwig is too scared
ABT
to
it.
criticize Hassan, so he walks away from the commentary channel community altogether. Imagine being this cowardly. You get the point. So let's fast forward to the current situation, which is a very, very messy one. So he had this big event involving Mario Kart. He called it the Mario Kart World Cup, a 24-person drinking and driving event. Obviously, he's referring to Mario Kart. But the clear focus of this is right in front of all of us. It's about drinking. Now, this brings us to the other person in the situation, a person named Mango, who is a member of the fighting games community, someone who's been there for a very long time and had many different controversies. And there's one thing that pretty much everyone seems to know about him, and it's the fact that he's an alcoholic. Now, we have this clip.
After the
of him
video,
at
check
the
your
event, at
dims.
the
I sent
Mario
you
Kart
something.
event. I can't really play it on YouTube. I'm not sure if it's like safe, but to sum it up, it's not good, right? He looks really bad. At this point, he's completely wasted. It's obvious. His eyes are glazed over. He's barely speaking. And he goes up behind this streamer named Maya and starts like air humping behind her. And clearly she's uncomfortable and people are trying to get him to stop. He keeps doing it. And he was also doing other stuff, just being weird towards the women at this event. And afterwards, he was banned on Twitch. he would lose his Cloud9 sponsorship, a very major sponsorship and partnership for him. And then he would tweet this saying, C9 dropping me, probably getting banned from tourneys, effing whatever, man. No one to blame but myself. But man, never thought I could hit this low. Probably won't hear from me for a while. I'm sorry, everyone. Wish I was better. I had it all and I tossed it away in the trash can. He also said he was going to try to privately apologize to the people involved. But you can see, right? This is a big mess. And he got punished. And rightfully so. Like, getting drunk is not an excuse for acting the way he did. He shouldn't have put himself in that situation. And Ludwig would basically wipe his hands of this entire event. This is a clip basically reacting to everything right after it happened.
You killed Mango? Not even a little bit. I don't know if you're memeing or genuine. I feel zero guilt. I don't feel guilty at all. I think this is his own actions because he's his own man. He's an adult man. And me banning him like is the only thing that I did in response because I think it was the correct thing to do. And also, I think I specifically said, like, I'm not calling for him to be dropped or banned from Melee tournaments.
So he banned him from all future Ludwig-related tournaments and basically absolved himself of any guilt involved in this situation because Mango is a grown man who makes his own choices. And you know what? It would be very easy to end the video here, okay? Well, he said what he said. Mango made his choices, got him in trouble. That's it. But the problem is, it's not a black and white situation. I think everyone is catching an L involving these two parties. Because yes, Mango's a grown man who made mistakes, but you're a grown man who makes choices as well. And the choices were really bad. And let's just begin with the fact that he invited an alcoholic to a drinking event. No one forced Mango to show up, but as a halfway responsible person.
Oh my god. Yeah, so
why would you ever invite an alcoholic to a drinking event?
yeah, it took me a while to really register that, but I was like, wait a minute, what is he responsible? And it just took him explaining that. I was like, yeah, you invited the moron to do that in the first place, and you're somehow absolving yourself of responsibility just by banning him? No, you invited him. I think that's what's going on, right? That's the context of this whole thing.
I don't get it, NGL.
Where it shows his intentions and his disregard for anything involving this Mango guy. And he knows about his alcoholism. He knows that he's extremely intoxicated. People are telling him, wait a second, this doesn't seem right. You know you shouldn't be doing this. This is not a good thing, but he doesn't care. In fact, he wants Mango to up his numbers.
Mango is like an alcoholic. Mango can drink 30 beers and act the same he does off no beers. He's a machine of a man.
He said he had 7 beers already today.
If you ask him how many beers he's had lifetime, it's probably above 10,000. He's the 2-time champion. He's never lost.
We got a new PB! Guys, Mango just blew a .25! Mango just blew a .32.
That is my gut.
Hey, everybody! Mango just blew a .32!
To be clear, that is dangerous. That's not good. That's not good. That's dangerous.
Let's up those numbers!
Again, to any Ludwig sycophants who are going to be like, oh my god, I can't believe you're saying this grown man Mango is not responsible for his own actions. He is. He absolutely is and deserved to be punished for acting like a creep at this event. But Ludwig looks terrible. He's someone who knows this guy's an alcoholic, invites him to the event, and then seemingly exploits that for content and encourages him to keep drinking to a very legitimately dangerous level. Like, have you ever watched like Cops back in the day, you know, when someone would get like pulled over and they're like barely.
Is .32 really that drunk? Is that I don't know anything about like drunk driving or the legal limit of how much drunk you can be while driving. I think 0.32 sounds like a lot. How much is it? How much do you have to be in order to actually get arrested? You know what? Fuck it. I'll just search for it. So, yeah. Blood alcohol level to get arrested. In California, if you can get...
Did Mango die like during it?
I have no idea.
It's 0.08 LMAO.
0.08. So...
Or no 0.082.
Okay. So, yeah. So,
I think.
Yeah, so let's assume that's the legal limit. Bro got so drunk to the point that he got 0.32. 0.32. And I don't think you can drive with that amount of blood alcohol level. 0.32.
Functional wasted, and they would give him the breathalyzer test like they are in this clip, and they might blow like a 0.24, and they're like, yeah, you're going to jail, buddy. He was at a 0.32. Now, if you look at some of these statistics,
yeah, 0.08 would give a DUI.
He's in the range right here of 0.3 to 0.4, where you're facing a likely chance of having alcohol poisoning, which is a potentially life-threatening condition. And anything over 0.4, which he was working on pretty hard, is potentially fatal blood alcohol level, and you're risking, obviously, death at that point. So he let him get to that point. He celebrated it and told him to keep upping the numbers. How?
So either he made him so drunk that he made him a potential threat to the women that were there, or he was basically making him a threat to himself by potentially getting him alcohol poisoning to the point that he might have died.
How does anyone defend this? Again, you can criticize Mango, but you also have to look at Ludwig, who is actively encouraging this behavior.
Yeah, this is like attempted murder at this point.
Yeah, no, he's a fucking snake. I totally agree with the title of this video. He's a fucking snake. He's a fucking snake that allowed this shit to happen. He's just responsible for this, and there's plenty of evidence for that.
There were people at the event pointing out that this is not a good thing, that he's an alcoholic, and he completely ignored everything they were saying, and this thing spiraled. It spiraled out of control because, well, that's the situation. And Mango's wife would come out and make a statement. I believe she's either deactivated or deleted these tweets, according to Yeet here. But she would say, but since I'm not bound by stuff as a civilian,
he's married.
At Ludwig, I effing watched you stream asking Mango to take shots. Of course, your little teeny bopper viewer bitch ass wants to pretend that never happened. People were vomiting at your event and you never decide to. It gets cut off there. Hope you enjoy your grace for banning Mango while encouraging him to get effing wasted. F you, Ludwig. Word for word, I need to do a shot. Where's Mango? Yeah, so this was something that was highly encouraged by Ludwig. So many clips of him saying this stuff, so many clips of him encouraging Mango to keep drinking, knowing full well he was an alcoholic. And a lot of people are criticizing him, a lot of big content creators, including Tectone.
He was over 4x the legal limit in my state NGL.
Okay, you know what? I may as well check my area just in case. Let's see, Puerto Rico. Yeah, mine is 0.008, so you weren't really far off. I think most countries tend to, and most countries and states in the US tend to go by that number. So yeah, basically in Puerto Rico, the legal blood alcohol concentration limit for driving is 0.08% for drivers aged 18 to 20. Any BAC over 0.002 can, I don't know what a BAC is, over 0.02% can lead to an arrest. So yeah, I think he is also driving over he's basically over the legal limit. All right, you know what? I'll be right back. I think my dad has more experience with that, so I'll just ask him. You be right back. So yeah. Yeah, he said that it was 0.08, basically. And that, yeah, you were basically nearly dead if you were, drunk. Like, if you were at 0.32. And that's exactly what this guy was getting at. So, yeah.
Ludwig. It's very clear he has an issue with what Ludwig did. That's not too surprising. But after a series of, I think, very valid complaints, Ludwig has been ignoring pretty much everything, but then 2 days ago, he made his first kind of a pot shot, this time at Tectone.
Well, back dot and 0.32. How is he still alive?
Again, you know, maybe
Good question.
Ludwig grace in this one circumstance because he's subjecting himself.
The man was literally at 0.32% blood alcohol level. That's how bad he was. He was, I mean, and obviously if you just came here, basically.
Yeah, every U.S. state it's 0.08, but all states have different amounts for people under the drinking age.
Okay, so all right. So so teenagers have like different rules for how drunk you can be. Okay.
After playing League, maybe it just made him really upset, but let's listen to this.
Wait.
He was drunk out of his mind, but he had one hell of a tolerance.
I think BAC might stand for before age of consent.
Teenagers can't get higher than 0.02 in most states.
Yeah, that's exactly what it stands for.
Yeah, it does.
Before age of consent, so BAC. Any before age of consent over 2% can lead to an arrest. So yeah, if you're a teenager and you're over 0.02, you're already arrested because you're not supposed to do that.
One of my greatest pleasures that I get to die never having to speak to these people.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's like a Tectone video. I can die never watching one.
Okay. What did he say?
League, maybe it just made him really upset, but let's listen to this real quick.
Enable game chat. It's actually one of my greatest pleasures that I get to die never having to speak to these people.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's like a Tectone video. I can die never watching one.
Sick, dude.
Wait. I can die in what?
Get to die never having to speak to these people.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's like a Tectone video. I can die never watching one.
Sick, dude. He basically said one of the great pleasures in his life is not watching a Tectone video. Well, I wish you would watch a Tectone video because I think he's making very valid criticisms going after the stuff you did. But of course, you know, he was probably fishing for a bit of a response, and Ludwig took the bait. And basically at that point, the gloves come off, right? I think he was going at him from a more distant perspective. And now, well, when you take a pot shot at Tectone, he's going to go a bit further. And in this, he pulls out some receipts where he's basically saying, you know, you want to hold other people accountable for the actions of their community, their chat, what have you. But he pulls out some receipts where he's basically saying, you know, you want to hold other people accountable for the actions of their community, their chat, what have you. But you're not responsible for people at your events, especially people that you're encouraging to engage in behaviors that are clearly self-destructive.
Do you know who would disagree that you are not responsible for someone else's actions? Ludwig himself. And this is why we're talking about this here today. The only person responsible for someone's actions is the someone that did the action. If little Timmy sees a video of a guy eating a fuckload of Takis and faking domestic violence and then eats a fuckload of Takis and slaps his crush, Timmy is responsible, not the other guy. I just said your argument is weak. Fight someone else in the comments. How is it weak, bro? Nobody is responsible for what random idiots do but the idiot that did it. The fact that you seem to think that you have this much pull and control over randos that roll up to a stream says more about ego than anything else, to which Ludwig responded, I think there's a lot of good arguments for not having responsibility. I just specifically think mentioning a 1 in 100,000 extreme case as proof of why that should be the case is weak. Weak argument equals weak stance. It's not weak, it's true. You aren't responsible for what randoms do unless you specifically say, hey, go do unshit in my name. Ludwig, you have actively fought people who said that you aren't responsible for someone else's actions. You believe that you are responsible for someone else's actions. By the way, this was in regards to chat policing. This was in place for community policing, saying that a streamer is in control of their chat and a streamer is in control of their community and they should dictate what that chat and community should do. So if you believe a streamer is in charge of their chat, randoms on the internet, Why the fuck do you think you're not responsible for taking care of one of your best friends in a weakened state around alcohol that you know is his vice, a suffering alcoholic, in a public, on display format in front of hundreds of thousands of people?
Not only do we see that from Tectone, Asmongold would weigh in on the situation as well, saying at first that he deserves some sort of accountability, referring to Ludwig, and that basically he tries really hard to appeal to people, and he's very inauthentic, and you know, this is just not a good situation. Shouldn't have been streamed. Like, drinking events are a very bad idea, at least in terms of just, you know, doing the right thing. But for content, maybe it is a great thing because you have,
You know, of all the excuses I have to not drink, I think this is one of them. I think this is the one reason I would prefer to just have to drink non-alcoholic butter beer. That's the only reason I would ever drink that.
Mine is the law.
Yeah. What do you mean yours is the law? Like, the law is a drink?
But vodka slaps.
What the fuck?
situations like this that get a lot of attention, and if you're a streamer, I guess some people, that's what it's all about for them.
My excuse to not drinking is the law.
Recently,
Oh.
with the move to kick, Asmongold was getting criticized by Ludwig for guilt by association, basically saying his association with Kick comes with certain detriments, and that he's going to look bad because of the people around him.
But vodka
and also
is
talks
ALR.
about how degenerate of a platform Kick is, which is very ironic coming from the guy who's doing the stuff that he did at the Burial Cart events. But of course, when you start taking shots at people, again, they're going to weigh in on situations where you're now in trouble. And Asmongold would have this clip go up on his clip channel where he talks about this, particularly with the whole you're responsible for what your community says, and gives a direct example of a time where Ludwig was holding Asmongold responsible for his own chat.
Everybody, Mango just blew a .32!
That's dangerous.
Let's up those numbers!
I better not, even for a fucking second, hear anything about my chat. Oh, my chat said something bad.
Wait, hold up. Black female protagonists. Let's check Asmon's chat real quick. Halo DEI. DEI trailer. Oh, it's a DEI game. If you didn't notice, that woman, you heard me say woman, was black. So that is woke and not a game I'll play.
So you trying to make me look bad because of my chat, but you don't want to look bad because of your friend?
I'm no longer inviting Mango to Mogul Moves event.
I remember, and this is my third time mentioning his name, when Dram went on about his father being an alcoholic and what he went through.
Level drunk, and you were gassing him up. But the moment that I watch a trailer and I don't say a single thing, you're trying to farm hate on.
Yeah, I don't think Dram would have actually taken kindly to this drama whatsoever. He would have probably hated fucking Ludwig the moment he hears that he allowed an alcoholic bitch to engage in his vice. He would have just said, fuck you, you're a piece of shit, you're a snake, you're this and that. He would have been mad. I would imagine he would have been very mad. Because someone with that kind of trauma doesn't forget. You know?
On me. I wonder which one is worse. People saying DEI in the comments section, or real life sexual harassment.
Oh, he didn't. He's one of the reasons why unsubscribe from Lud.
My chat said
Alcoholics
something bad.
mess up
Fix your
families.
friends. Then maybe we can talk about my chat.
Yeah. One more reason I should never drink.
Mango to Mogul Moves
Ever.
event. You know, it's a privilege to go to an event.
Yeah, I think besides just being a gigantic hypocrite, as we've seen, a guy who wants to hold other people accountable for third parties, including their own chat, we're now seeing a guy.
My mom's
completely
dad was an
and utterly
alcoholic.
Make a fool out of himself. Try to play the victim. Try to play like he's too.
Sorry you had to go through that. Fuck. That's a new one, honestly. An alcoholic grandpa. Now that's something. That's new, but also terrible. Oh my gosh.
Above and beyond responding all this, that he deserves grace because
Nah, he was never in my
banned
mom's
this
life nor
guy
mine.
from his events.
Okay, yeah. Sorry if I
I'm a
called.
C grams type of guy. Also, what is butterbeer sounds awesome.
Yeah, no. Butterbeer is. I mean, there is an alcoholic version of it, but there is also a recipe for like non-alcoholic versions of it, which also taste just as sweet. I can actually send you a video that actually is great on that. I think it's a I used to watch this show a lot, but since it's about alcohol, I generally stay away from it.
He died from a heart attack caused by the alcohol couple years back.
Oh. That, I'm sorry, well, sorry about that, but, then again, he didn't sound like a very good person.
No need, thank you.
Alright, gotcha. Right. Alright.
Said he shouldn't be banned on other things. Like, he clearly encouraged this behavior. He knew full well what he was doing. Both parties have responsibility here. But let's not pretend like Ludwig has nothing to be accountable for. And he's gonna get away with it. I mean, he's kind of like the squeaky clean PR guy that, like, you know, he's like the safe brand sponsor guy, even though this is like outrageous behavior, but that's just the way things work. And he's gonna keep moving on. I doubt anything's gonna happen to him. But it's
No, it's kinda silly because it was in the middle of the entrance of a store.
People who should not have been in an event, who should not have gotten drunk, who should not have been creeping on the women there, but also the guy who was inviting a known alcoholic, encouraging him to drink to dangerous levels, encouraging him to drink further beyond that. It's ridiculous. And you have to be able to recognize both sides, and that's really the only objective way to look at this. But anyways, that's going to do it for this situation. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comments section below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, I'm just going to write a comment. Ludwig, fucking snake.
He is a poopy head.
Yeah. Okay. Let's look at the video suggestions here. Oh, right, there's that food theorist video. Okay, so yeah. Reactions to reactions. This one's a bit of a palate cleanser. I kind of like it.
We should commit arson together.
There's few wins as easy as making dinner. Okay? Making dinner in the relationship, it's always gonna be a win, right? Even
I actually used to watch some of their videos sometimes when I was looking for videos on
I said my
Internet
piece
History.
about Ludwig and his DMS. I would put it in chat, but automod.
Yeah, put it in my DMs. Automod's gonna eat you alive.
I've never seen these people in my life.
Yeah. No, I've seen their videos when they're reacting to that. Anyway, let's skip to the cut to the chase.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. I'm not sure why, but her 1-year-old baby is absolutely huge.
I've had so many people ask for a big baby update, so I thought I would do one. Here he is.
Golly!
What's that? That's you. This is how
What the fuck?
This dog is...
Bro is a giant. Or a girl, I don't know. I don't know if it's a boy or girl, but oh my god, they're a giant.
Don't run from that.
That's a grown man. What are you talking about?
Look, he looks so sad that you stole him from the pub.
I love these two, but I have my dogs that I got to walk.
Alright. Take care. I should probably walk my dogs too.
I love Daily Dose of Internet, but I didn't think you would react to it.
Me too. Well, yeah, I like it too.
After all, he could get a solid 7 in.
Yeah, no, definitely.
How did you convince them it was your baby when you left the hospital?
Yeah.
That's a giant baby.
Look at his feet. Look how big his feet are.
That's a big boy.
What on earth?
That's just...
And it's crazy because she's not large.
No.
Your husband must be gigantic.
Yeah, please husband reveal next.
Right.
This dog is way too smart.
This dog is the same size as the baby.
That's the baby. Yeah.
This dog is the same size as the baby.
Yeah, no, definitely. What is he? Wait, what did he do?
These construction workers wanted him to toss over a beer.
Oh. What the fuck?
Sweet.
What the
Bad
fuck?
weather out there. Come on, pups. Come on, get in the house. Let's go. Come on, come on. It's getting rough out there. Get in here. Come on. Let's go. What the heck?
That is
No.
Oh my god.
Okay, I guess you can come too.
Yeah.
A bunch of dangerous chemicals mixed together in his garbage truck.
Oh, that must be toxic. Oh! Okay. Maybe not toxic, but explosive.
They're gonna fucking get me for that.
Yeah. Well, that's just showing the dangers of co-mingling chemicals. That's why you gotta segregate and separate. Like Joe
Yeah, I know.
Jim Crow.
That oh my god.
Hazardous material.
Why would you say that?
I'm the Jim Crow of hazardous material. You will segregate.
Okay.
Separate but equal.
Oh Jesus. It's 2025. Maybe you know.
You gotta
what?
keep history alive. Somebody out there's going, who's Jim Crow? And then we'll teach
Puppy.
Pay attention.
Yeah, be careful. She doesn't like dogs, so she might give you a hiss.
you.
You
Nice.
even see there's a puppy here? Hey, look. You see? Oh, there you go.
Faye. Can you say hey?
Oh, one more thing before I go. I catch myself repeatedly watching these videos on occasion.
Alright.
I'm gonna say something here, and I need this to be a safe space when I say this.
I'm not Dr. D.
Okay.
I
so
don't allot
just-
those safe spaces.
I just need that.
It's
okay?
slightly hostile.
I need to know that I'm gonna have your. Remember earlier today, and I was like, "Hey, can
Yeah.
you give me your unconditional support?"
And I said that was a lot for me.
But I need that.
I'm gonna go from cacti to nettle. That's the best I can do.
So like that camel said, "Hey," and I immediately wanted to punch it. Like I was.
Stop wanting to assault things.
I didn't. It made me uncomfortable.
You were just a quick little
Shit.
like I don't know what happened. Something took me over.
I did not like that
Fear
shit.
that- You hit him with the Tyson. Ah! With the Tyson.
I did not enjoy that at
That's
all.
funny.
That nigga
That's
said, "Hey," I was like, "Ah."
I guess melting ice is something you need to worry about when you live in a city.
Oh. What the fuck?
Melting ice is something you need to worry about when you live in a city.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
You're setting a precedent here. Do it.
No.
Do it.
Oh! Oh!
They both decided to share it.
Oh!
That.
After a few weeks of growing, it was time to
You.
Try work.
Oh, we made it.
You're setting a precedent here. Do it.
No.
Do it.
Both of these cars were too stubborn to move, so they both decided to share it.
All right.
That.
All right.
After a few weeks of growing, it was time to release this butterfly to the world.
That's beautiful. That's nice.
This guy knows.
Oh!
That's so perfect. Dude, I got so into it.
LMAO.
I got so into it, dude. Wow, look at that, man. Look at that perfect takedown. Wow. That's kind of impressive, actually.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's so good.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
This guy knows how to use his muscles, but not his brain.
Okay. Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
A skydiver passed out, so this other skydiver came by to save his life.
Yeah, just casually. Hey, I didn't know that was an option. Oh my lordy. I'm really never going skydiving now. Yeah.
Wait, what did he say?
A skydiver passed out, so this other skydiver came by to save his life.
Oh, so he passed out.
Oh my
Bro is passed out.
I'm really never going skydiving now. Yeah, never doing it. You've convinced me. Yeah, you've convinced me. I was already never going. Like I was never.
Oh my gosh.
Now I'm really never
I
gonna
just
go.
never considered that you could just pass out.
I never thought that a single time.
Yeah.
And like when I think of the fear of skydiving, it's just the general.
I would love to fall, but not the plane part.
You know, like that feeling in your tummy when you're about to puke. That feeling.
Oh, you have that?
Oh yeah.
I have a general numbness of don't need to worry about it. I'm not going to be in that predicament. I heard once though, what if we got you in the airplane and we just threw you out? I'm taking you with me.
Right.
We're all going to fall out. I might make sure we all die.
Oh gosh.
Out of spite.
Yeah, I might just grapple you until we all just fall to death.
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of.
These people were enjoying their day at the mall when this happened.
Jesus Christ.
Well, when skydiving you have to go with someone else until you get experienced.
Wait, what? Well, when skydiving, you have to go with someone else until you get experience. Yeah. You basically like strap yourself in front of a more experienced skydiver, and you just kind of get a feel for it, and then you do it alone. I think that's how it works.
Yeah, that sounds so fun.
I would actually try it. I would try it. I'm brave, so I would try it.
These guys found a river of rocks on a mountain.
That's cool.
Is it? Or is that a rock slide and that's really bad?
I think it's cool. I think we're okay with
It looks like there might be nobody down there. Alright, we're fine. Jesus.
God damn.
Oh, wow.
What?
Why does your dog look
For
like
some reason, this guy was washing
My
his
only
car
problem
using
is that
gasoline.
I'm deathly terrified of planes.
Why
Oh.
do it?
Oh my gosh.
Honestly, I'm more terrified of like abandoned planes, like you know, like completely abandoned, all shaky. My biggest fear is that I might be inside one of them and they might crumble down into a million pieces. That's what really gets me. Like, oh, I hate that. Like, you know. Abandoned.
I hate the idea of planes.
Oh, really? Oh god, those things are. Oh god, they're already giving me the creeps just looking
Just
at
I'm
them.
never going on
Oh.
a plane.
Yeah, no, the plane has to be abandoned for me to have that kind of fear.
Welcome to Texas, y'all.
She bought some really cheap dentures online, and unfortunately she got exactly what she paid for.
When she buys teeth off eBay, can't get them out.
Yeah, babe.
Try and get them out, Natalie.
What did you think was gonna happen?
Damn.
My fear has gotten better.
Oh, that's
I no longer have panic attacks while doing math problems with planes.
No way. No way.
They are.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Jesus.
Sorry. Go.
This is not going to end well. Yeah.
They said that they accidentally pressed down the wrong pedal.
Best crash ever.
Oh,
Yeah.
there it is. See him coming.
Oh no. Oh god.
oh no! Oh, what the fuck?
So scary. Oh my god.
Oh no! Don't tell me there's a crocodile in there.
Good job. He's doing so good, but also he looks scared to help him.
Oh no, go get the dog. Go get the dog.
These people bought some Sprite at the store, but for some reason every Sprite was filled with Coca-Cola.
I'm sorry.
Sprite is pouring out
Huh.
Coke.
I'd be pretty upset about that.
Every single one of them
That dog is so brave.
is pouring out.
Yeah.
Mine is terrified of water.
Huh.
That shit would make me mad though, because like if I'm opening a Sprite,
Yeah.
I want a fucking Sprite.
Yeah.
I'd be afraid it wasn't clean.
I don't want. Imagine. Wait, actually, how do you know it's Coke? Did you try it?
It's dirty Sprite.
They tasted. They tried it.
That's what Future's talking about.
They
when he
drank. No,
talks
it's
about dirty
not.
Sprite.
Oh,
That's
God.
exactly what he means.
Yeah.
His laptop randomly exploded and
Isn't
ended up
Sprite
burning
made by
down the
Pepsi
entire
or no?
office.
I have no idea. I'm gonna have to look that up. Hold on.
Or is that Mountain Dew?
Coca-Cola, yeah. It's made by the same company. Yeah.
Well. Well then. Yeah.
Okay.
And off it goes. Yeah, off it goes.
That's them lithium ion batteries.
It is. They blow. Can't explode. Can't cause fire.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah. By the way, that's why they be telling you don't leave
Arson.
that shit outside.
Yeah.
Don't put
Wrong.
it in the garbage
Mm-hmm.
because it will fucking
Arson.
explode. Don't do that shit.
He was trying so hard to balance.
It looks like he's doing. No. No.
How did this many people park so poorly?
In parking. Not just one. Not just two.
How did they?
Not just three.
How did they?
But 5 cars.
This
How did
random
they do
dust
that?
devil broke out
What
in
is the plan?
Paris.
Oh God.
This is not.
Yeah, but what do? I guess you just tough it out, right? Well, this lady on the end could have had. She had room to run. Oh, it's getting bad.
Hey, you probably won't see anything like this, brother.
What the fuck?
It's a whole hoop on my head.
Yeah, I see that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Things were quiet and peaceful and still. They hooked up the hitch and dragged off down the hill.
Oh!
That trip wasn't quite like I thought it would be.
Lil Mac! Lil Mac with the attack!
Oh my God!
Lil.
Riz.
Yeah, bro got Riz.
Get over. Look right at her ass. Look right at her ass.
He's
See what I
smooth.
did there? Saw that shit on TV.
Who taught him? Who taught that baby that?
He needs to watch less cable. He's watching entirely too much open source programming.
I guess you never know who you might cut off.
You couldn't tell?
Yeah, I don't know why. What do you mean you
couldn't
couldn't?
tell?
No.
You couldn't
Yeah.
fucking tell? Are you dumb?
This biker suddenly ran into a bear.
Did you go back for his camera?
Hey! Hey!
Yeah, unfortunately.
Hey!
Yeah, make some more noise, nigga. Do a kickflip.
Black bears aren't that bad.
Well, buddy, move.
Why is you?
Buddy, move out the.
They're going off!
Some stuff. Okay. Alright, back.
She can't figure out how baskets work.
Oh my, oh man.
You know what? As long as you're having a good time, baby, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it.
That's
Object permanence is what you would describe there, right? A lack of.
Alright, I'm gonna move on to the other video because I kind of got bored of it. So let's go for this one.
Come on, come on, come on. Light. Don't do this to me. There we go.
Ew!
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Food Theory, the show that's doing things a little bit differently today. See, it's summer, and one of the things that I literally have always struggled with is the communal barbecues in apartment buildings. I've been living in apartment buildings my entire adult life. I have never been able to approach people while at the barbecue and ask them, hey, are you almost done with that? Can I use it?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Which means grilling, it means burgers and hot dogs. So if I can't work up the courage to use the grills downstairs and I can't have one on my balcony because of fire codes or whatever, and the stove just doesn't bring the same results, there's logically only one solution that I can use, and that's sparklers. A lot of sparklers.
You heard that right. Those little 4th of July sparklers you give your little cousin Timmy, I'm gonna use them to cook actual burgers and hot dogs that I plan on eating for now. Also, I can avoid the most basic of human interactions. But it's one thing to say you'll try and eat barbecue with sparklers, it's another to actually do it.
So today what I'm gonna be doing is cooking burgers and cooking hot dogs. Two classic traditional summer barbecue foods. But here's the twist. I'm only gonna be using sparklers. Now, these babies burn between 1800 and 2000 degrees Fahrenheit. So they
eat hot dogs
be
raw.
Enough to cook these. I might just need
Is that what?
Now, funny story, I Instacarted all of this. And in the Instacart order, I actually put 14 packages of this. And the Instacart person showed up yesterday with all the bags and they were like, hey, I did you a solid. I noticed that you made a typo and put a 1 in front of the 4 packages. So like you put 14, no sane person would want that. So I only got you the 4 that you wanted. Again, I'm too nervous to ask about the grill. I was like, oh, thanks. But inside I was like, now I have to go and buy like 12 more packages of sparklers. So we're about to go and try and find more sparklers. And you know what? It's fine, because that's what Food Theory is all about. It's about things not going my way when I want them to, and rolling with the punches.
Oh, right. There's a new video by Moist Critical that I forgot to mention. There's an update video to this. Holy shit.
Certain term.
Alright, let me just put
Hey,
it...
pal, I see you're not wearing your smile today. Is everything alright? Let me go ahead and give you a reason to put one on real quick. Boo!
Ah!
Good news jump scare, baby. That's right.
Oh god, he actually scared me with this shit. I was like, what the hell?
Stop Killing Games initiative has gained so much momentum over the last week, and now it's looking like there is a legitimately good chance that it'll hit the 1 million signature goal required to push the
Somebody should clip that, honestly. Somebody should really clip that.
Initiative to the next phase, which eventually should hopefully lead to positive change in an industry where so many fucked up business practices have become normalized. Again, to boil it down to its bare butt cheeks here, I'll go ahead and saute the mission. You should not have to worry about something you bought being destroyed and inaccessible after you've paid money to own it. This wants to challenge the practice of destroying games consumers have paid for. Of course, there's a lot more nuance than that, but I've already talked about it a lot, and a ton of other people far smarter than me, I'm just a fucking Cro-Magnon man, have also talked about it in depth. That includes numerous developers, veterans in the game development industry, have come forward talking about how important this kind of initiative is. So it's not just some, like, wacky idea like that, you know, only someone on the crack pipe could come up with unreasonable demands that are unrealistic. It is a very grounded and very positive force that a lot of people are understandably rallying behind. And now, with over 750,000 signatures, it's looking pretty good. You best start believing in boners, because I've got one. I've already talked a lot about Stop Killing Games. I'm not just going to regurgitate everything. I will put the links to everything in the description as usual. For anyone that would like to support it, I highly encourage it. And really, over the last week, Stop Killing Games has become more popular than Labubu. This whole subject has been a focal point of discussion for the last week or so across the entire gaming space. Now, of course, there has been drama with that, but even outside of the drama, at the core, the center of the Tootsie Pop, it has been the Stop Killing Games initiative and what it means to people. So many voices has come forward to talk about this.
Link scare rar clipped by G9M11C5.
And everyone sharing their perspective about why
Smiley face.
Boo! Ah! Good news jump scare, baby. That's right.
Oh god, he actually scared me with this shit. I was like, what the hell?
Stop Killing Games initiative. Let me go ahead and give you a reason to put one on real quick. Boo!
Ah!
Good news jump scare, baby. That's
Not gonna lie, that is actually funny. Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh god! Oh.
It is something they care deeply on. This is an industry that proudly says you will own nothing and be happy. In no uncertain terms, they take pleasure
Smiley face.
in shoving their cock down your throat and charging you for the privilege of sucking the meat. It is beyond corrupt, and it is only getting more and more infested with terrible, terrible things, and this initiative is finally a push in the opposite direction to buck the trend and try and enact positive change. So it is something that tons of people have been very passionately discussing. And it's really nice to see how much it has grown in such a short period of time. Only like a week or so ago, it was at like 430,000 signatures. Now look at it. It's almost doubled in a week. And we have until the 31st of this month to hit the 1 million signatures required. And it's really looking like there is a strong potential to do that. Whereas only a week ago, that seemed like a wet dream. That seemed like something you wouldn't even envision unless you were, having a fucking ayahuasca bender. It was looking so grim that even Ross, the guy who has spearheaded this initiative, talked in his video as if failure seemed very likely from it. And now, 8 days later, we're on the cusp of actually getting there. All of it made possible thanks to the tireless effort from Ross. He's spent countless hours on this initiative.
Hold on. I'm just downloading the video so that I can post it on YouTube.
And doing everything in his power to make it a reality, to try and actually lead to positive change in an industry he very clearly cares deeply about. So it is beyond commendable, and I'm really happy to see Ross get his flowers here with so many supporting him. And not just supporting him, but supporting the movement, the initiative with so much oomph and gusto. It's just great. So I'm actually pretty optimistic here. I'm hopeful that the momentum will continue. It'll be really nice to see this actually reach the threshold so it can get to the next step. And I'm also just happy for Ross, to be honest. Ross is someone that has put so much hard work into this. This is not an easy journey. Like, he did not embark on a simple quest when it came to this Stop Killing Games initiative. He has dedicated a ton of his life to it, and now he is getting glazed out the wazoo, deservedly so. Anyway, though, I'll stop yapping here. I just wanted to give you some good news here today. I thought that'd be a nice little change of pace with something very positive and wholesome. That's really about it. See ya.
Alright, I think that's about it. It's almost 8:30 where I am, and I think I should take a break. I already watched that one.
Greetings, adventurers, and welcome to the Loot Goblin Marketplace. I have an email where people can send me stories, and today's story submission actually comes from that. It's at lootgoblinstories@gmail.com. It's a pretty emotional one, and it really got me thinking about player agency. You know what is one thing that really frustrates players? A forced cutscene at the game table. Because unlike a video game, there are actually a lot of ways you can handle a really tense moment. Obviously, they can roll the dice and fail at what they're trying to do, but the beautiful thing about TTRPGs is the fact they get to try. In a video game, there's only so much that can be programmed ahead of time without creating a chain of cinematics that would bankrupt any developer. Well, maybe except Larian Studios. As a dungeon master, with a little bit of improv, you can completely change the course of your entire campaign during that tense moment without the players even realizing you did it. In fact, if you pull it off well enough, they'll call you a genius for predicting it all ahead of time. Today's treasure goes by the name My Biggest Mess Up as a Dungeon Master. Have you ever been doing campaign prep and had an idea that you loved but you couldn't find the right map? Or has your session ever gone in a direction you haven't prepared for but want to provide a fun encounter that feels like it was planned all along? Describe is perfect as a tool to supplement and enhance homebrew campaigns and adventure books with its huge library of read-aloud text and film quality ambience, sound effects, and music. Imagine a scenario where your party is supposed to be investigating a monster in the forest that is terrorizing the town, but an offhand comment you made about a goblin camp has the party captivated. Now you need to come up with a goblin camp on the fly or the party is going to be disappointed, and you don't know where to begin. If you use its huge library of read-aloud text and film quality ambience, sound effects, and music. Imagine a scenario where your party is supposed to be investigating a monster in the forest that is terrorizing the town, but an offhand comment you made about a goblin camp has the party captivated. Now you need to come up with a goblin camp on the fly or the party is going to be disappointed, and you don't know where to begin. If you use today's sponsor Describe, you can come up with a quick battle map, a great description, and the perfect ambient music. They'll think that you planned it from the start. Use Loot Goblin when selecting your plan and get a free 30-day trial on any of the plans. So you can take it for a spin for your next session and see if you found it helpful without any risk. Click the link in the description and check out Describe now. This happened almost a year ago.
I got jump scared by Moist Critical. That's something.
And only now I process subscription and check out Describe now. This happened almost a year ago, and only now I processed it enough to talk about it. The ending of this particular session had the whole party and myself in tears, both in character and at the table. Fair warning, the topics of this story can get pretty dark. It was my first real campaign I ever dungeon mastered.
Hold on.
It had been going on for more than a year at this point, and everyone was having a great time. The players are as follows. Cleric, Fighter, Artificer had played since session 1. They were all super invested in the story and roleplay. Cleric was the only player character who had survived since session 1, so he was sort of the de facto leader of the group. Rogue and Druid were both new players and new additions to the group. Mind you, the party was level 9, so for new players to get into that, I knew it was going to be difficult as hell. But they were excited to try, and we were all more than willing to help them learn the game. Rogue had been with us for about 6 months, and he ate the game up. Within a few sessions, he was role-playing his heart out, making calls in the name of the party, and pulling creative and complicated moves in combat. The Druid, however, had only been with us about 3 sessions, and she wasn't really getting it. She was shy about role-playing.
Alright, hold on, I'm kind of getting distracted by the fact that I gotta take a pee. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh crap, I forgot to flush. Alright. Oh crap.
In her class and new. So he was sort of the de facto leader of the group. Rogue and Druid were both new players and new additions to the group. Mind you, the party was level 9, so for new players to get into that, I knew it was going to be difficult as hell. But they were excited to try, and we were all more than willing to help them learn the game. Rogue had been with us for about 6 months, and he ate the game up. Within a few sessions, he was role-playing his heart out, making calls in the name of the party, and pulling creative and complicated moves in combat. The Druid, however, had only been with us about 3 sessions, and she wasn't really getting it. She was shy about role-playing, and her class was far more difficult to grasp than Rogue's, especially at high levels. The story: 4 sessions prior to the events, the party had ventured off to a faraway corner of the land in search of a buried ruin that was said to hold the main plot secrets that we were looking for. When they get to the strange land, they encounter 2 orphan kids who were born there, a girl who's 10 years old and her brother who's 7 years old. They offered to be the party's guides for the price of 1 gold. I thought it added some cute wholesomeness to the story, which it did. The party loved the kids. The girl was chatty, but the boy never spoke. More than that, he was following his sister around but never seemed to respond to any external stimuli, or do much, other than occasionally moving his eyes from left to right. So the party reached the sensible conclusion that he must have been possessed. Sessions later, Artificer used a magic item to cast True Sight on the boy, expecting to see what was wrong with him. Me. There's a weird magic surrounding the kid, but nothing demonic or relating to any sort of possession in any way. You can't exactly pinpoint it. However, you do figure out that he is entirely asleep right now. Full-blown REM sleep. His eyes actually start to do that thing again where they move rapidly from left to right. This intrigues them, and eventually they learn that the boy is something called a dreamwalker. I explained that dreamwalkers are creatures that go through life sleepwalking and are only ever awake when they dream, and they have the ability to infiltrate and command other people's dreams. They can also kill people in their dreams. There hasn't been one alive for over 100 years, and for good reason. About 2 centuries ago, an emperor was assassinated in his sleep by one of them, and after that it had been decreed that dreamwalkers are too dangerous to exist, so they were systematically killed. I made it clear and repeated this several times throughout the following sessions. If any form of authority learns of this boy's existence, the Empire will come after him with all they have. They get it, and it only makes them more protective of the kids. There was this adorable scene where the kid goes missing and they find them in an alley, a group of older kids bullying the boy for not speaking. So they had a lot of fun using all the magic at their disposal to scar the bullies for life. Okay, maybe adorable isn't really the right word here, but it's definitely heartwarming, and please tell me you don't get the kid killed. Oh god, you're definitely gonna get them killed, aren't you? I bet you can tell where this is going by this point, but trust me, it gets so much worse than you think. So they find the ruin, but don't want to take the kids inside, which is a smart choice. It was towards the end of the session, pretty late in the night, when the players had just finished a long rest in a local tavern, and gathered in one of the rooms to think about their next move. During this time, the kids are both still asleep in the next room over. They decide to ask an NPC for help, a professor of magic that they worked with months ago and Artificer's mentor. They trusted the professor deeply, and for good reason. So Artificer casts Sending towards the professor, telling him how they found a dreamwalker and asking him if he can watch over him for a little while. And now everything goes to shit, for you see the professor was, at the time, working with the Archmage of the Empire to figure out a different part of the main plot. They were both leading an expedition to a different part of the world, so they were on a ship together. Now the Archmage was the second highest authority figure in the Empire, after the Emperor himself. The players hadn't met him yet, but I had this character fully written out, and I was super excited to play him as one of the villains in the final act. He was also notoriously paranoid, constantly holding an aura of detect magic around him. I'm thinking, okay, so the Archmage and the Professor are probably in the same room. Archmage feels the Professor's receiving a message. Of course he's going to cast Detect Thoughts and intercept it. I know.
Okay, so yeah. I don't know. So this clearly seems to be a story from the DM's perspective. And basically it seems that it seems to have taken a very dark and very dark turn. So I don't know what happens, but this is actually looking interesting so far.
I know how it sounds, but I really did not intend to put the kids in any danger, not now, not like this. But I thought it was also an amazing opportunity to roleplay the Archmage before its time, which I wanted to do so much, and also establish him as a force to be reckoned with when he does come up in the story as a villain. So I came up with this on the spot. The Archmage hears the message about the Dreamwalker, but doesn't believe it. There hasn't been one alive for 100 years after all. He thinks the party is either wrong about what they found or they're lying to the Professor, but being paranoid, he's gonna go investigate. Me. You send the message but get no response. 1 minute passes, then another one, and then a loud noise breaks the silence as a blue portal opens in the middle of the room. Professor walks through the portal, but before you can say anything, a second figure follows him in. A bald, broad-shouldered mountain of a man with a thick gray mustache, wearing shining silver plate armor and a red ornate mantle that signifies his position as Archmage of the Empire. The Archmage greeted them politely, invited them to sit down, conjured pastries and coffee for everyone, and asked about this Dreamwalker thing while the Professor was sitting silently, looking rather worried. The cleric speaks to the Archmage, and I play him as a stone-cold man who lets no emotions show up on his face, but his demeanor was gentle and polite. He asked his questions calmly and listened attentively to everything the cleric had to say. Now, I was just trying to scare them a little bit. He was going to ask about the Dreamwalker, but I was going to let my players get away easily. Maybe a low DC deception, and they're through. The Archmage didn't really believe Dreamwalkers existed anymore anyways. It was just meant to cement how influential and dangerous the Archmage is, and also how important it is that they keep the kid's identity secret. Archmage asks about the kid. He promises that he just wants to study and catalog the being, and that no harm will come to him. An obvious lie, I think, but the cleric actually believes him. Now, cleric has proven himself wise several times in the past. He was well aligned and the other players trusted his judgment, but this time apparently it was something about the way I played the Archmage, but cleric believed him instantly. He was going to tell him everything about the kid. I can't believe it. I keep role-playing, but in my mind I'm screaming, no, you can't do this, just tell him anything, literally anything else. Tell him that you are wrong about the Dreamwalker, that you are just trying to prank call the Professor. I won't make him do Detect Thoughts. Won't even make you roll for it. Just tell a lie. Any lie.
Oh, God.
Instead, cleric takes the Archmage straight to the room where the kids are sleeping and points at the boy. Okay, so this cleric obviously folded under literally zero pressure. As the Dungeon Master, it's on you a little bit to ask questions like, are you sure? You know, stuff that would get the party second guessing if their decision's the right decision. If you're actively screaming in your own head, oh my God, don't do this, please don't do this. This was always a possibility.
Oh yeah, that's always the kind of moments that you have to deal with as a DM. Them completely derailing the campaign. It hasn't happened to me yet, but it will happen eventually. So yeah.
Solution to introducing him and still having him be seen as a major threat would be letting him intercept the message, and then it becoming clear that the Professor is now a prisoner and no longer a partner to the Archmage. Instead of there being no message in return and a portal just popping up where they walk through, maybe you actually allow the Professor to send a message back saying that we're being monitored, and then later on give a description of this villain, make it very clear that he's now being held captive. I feel like whenever you have the big bad evil guy show up really early, one of two things happen. Someone who thinks,
yeah, basically either he gets killed very easily to sheer dumb luck, or I don't know, it ends up resulting in a total party kill. That's usually what happens, most likely.
that guy isn't really tough is going to try to take a swing at him, or someone really thinks this villain is cool and immediately wants to help them out. Now, I know the cleric is more accidentally an accomplice here, as opposed to just joining the dark side because he seems cooler, but unfortunately this is a scenario that does play out more times than you'd think. Alright, let's see what the bad guy does here. Archmage also casts True Sight on the sleeping boy, then raises his hand and with a swift silence spell turns the kid into dust. The sister wakes up to find the scene and starts screaming and crying. Artificer and Rogue are starting to tear up. Cleric is in shock. Archmage, Professor, see to it that these fine people are rewarded properly for their service to the Empire. The Archmage then opens up a portal and walks away. The Professor goes down to the ground floor of the inn. The little girl is still crying over the brother's ashes. This is horrible. This is campaign ending horrible. Screw the campaign, this is permanent, real-life emotional scars kind of horrible. I didn't know how to save it. He didn't have to kill the kid right then and there though. Artificer goes to the girl and tries to console her. I make her roll Persuasion, natural 1. Me, the girl can't or won't listen to you. You try to hug her, she punches your shoulder with her little hands until you let go, then goes back to cry over her brother's ashes. Artificer, fully in tears, goes after the Professor. At the ground floor of the inn, Professor, a known recovering alcoholic, is chugging drink after drink. Artificer approaches him, and we all have this full-blown screaming match between him and her. Artificer accusing the Professor of bringing the Archmage here, him apologizing and saying he couldn't do anything about it, and that he blames himself too. It would have been an amazing roleplay moment hadn't it all been so tragic. I literally had no idea how to save this story, but then Cleric recovers, and he saves it for me. He feels guilty about everything, he goes to the girl and physically gets down on his knees as he roleplays the single most heartfelt monologue I've ever heard in D&D. He tells the little girl it's okay to scream and to cry, and he'll do so with her, and to take as much time as she needs, but her brother is not gone. Not entirely. He will still visit her in her dreams every night like he always did, and that they would still grow up together and have fun together. I don't even make him roll for it. This guy should be a trauma counselor. It was that good. More than that, it worked on every level. I could make the kid's spirit actually keep living in her dreams, and even if I didn't, she would keep dreaming about him regardless. So she might not tell the difference. It just worked. And then he continues, but there's one thing you must do first, and it might be the most difficult thing ever. You have to say goodbye. They go out, they dig a grave, and they put the boy's ashes inside. Cleric invites the girl to the edge of the grave and encourages her to say goodbye, and then all would be good. So she does. I make the most emotionally manipulating piano music play in the background as I start roleplaying the girl saying goodbye, speaking about the world, and it being shitty and unfair, but also beautiful, promising that she'd talk to him every night and tell him about her adventures.
This VTuber model can't express sadness. All she can do is smile. Yeah, no, it doesn't work for this. I feel so bad for the little girl. Oh my god. This is like you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna.
How can one?
I'm just gonna play this. This is literally a certified emotional damage.
What the heck? Step on branch. Oh, that's a new level. They just released it. So
Where's the part where emotional damage? There we go.
Emotional damage.
Exactly. This is literally what this is. Just
emotional damage.
At this point, I'm full-blown crying at the table. 10-year-old girl. God, this game is beautiful. Clear, Artificer, and Rogue are also fully crying too, but
oh god. Okay. So, Interstellar meme. Literally, this is just me right now. Yeah, this is literally just me right now. Like, oh my god. Wait, what the fuck? What the hell? Oh god. You did not see that, chat. I thought this was the original scene. What the hell?
It was good crying, it was wholesome, even somewhat beautiful. Sure, it was tragic, but we're playing the tragedy, living it, going through
Oh,
it
cool,
naturally,
you have a bit of a
making
dark
the best
humor, I
out of
like
it,
that.
and growing together as characters and as
No. I wasn't dark humor. I was genuine. Like, yeah. I didn't know what this was. I didn't expect that. But yeah, seriously, I was just crying my ass out. Like, I was just like, emotional damage! Oh god, I closed it. Oh wait, no, I didn't. Never mind.
people. Cleric's monologue completely saved the story, the campaign, and quite possibly our group dynamic. I keep role-playing the eulogy, me, through tears. Living it, going through it naturally, making the best out of it, and growing together, as characters and as people. Cleric's monologue completely saved the story, the campaign, and
Don't
quite
deny it,
possibly
come
our
on, I
group
saw.
dynamic. I keep role-playing the eulogy, me, through tears. At least the mean boys won't get to you now. Druid, I walk up behind her and stab her through the heart. We all stop for the long... I walk up behind her and stab her through the heart. Boys won't get to you now. Druid, keep role-playing the eulogy, me, through tears. At least the mean boys won't get to you now. Druid, I walk up behind her and stab her through the heart. We all stop for the longest time. The crying stops. Only the music keeps playing as we all look at Druid, standing up, gesturing her hands, holding the dagger through the girl's heart. Then they look at me. I look down, all of a sudden the tears just feel ugly and cold and undeserved, so I wipe them. Me, the girl stops in the middle of the speech, coughs blood, then falls into the grave over her brother's ashes. I say nothing as I stand up and leave the room to go for a smoke. The session ends right after in a fit of anger and screaming and just sadness and discontent. Half the players message me the next day saying they're leaving the party because they didn't want to be part of a story where they kill kids for no reason, and I completely understood them. I didn't want to continue after that either. The year-long campaign that had gone on perfectly without any drama just ended. Now, I know what you're all thinking. I thought the same thing that night. We spoke about it as a group for weeks afterwards. Everybody was looking for someone to blame, everybody was upset, everybody was angry, especially the original 3 players who loved the game and the story and were dying to finish it. I took most of the blame for what happened and still do to this day. You have to understand, Druid was new to the game. Imagine being 3 sessions into your first TTRPG ever and seeing that unfold. She didn't read the vibe that the eulogy was wholesome and the girl was going to be fine after that. She thought she would grow up haunted by her brother's death and thought her character was sparing the kid's pain. Obviously, it was a stupid point to make, but Druid's character isn't a psychopath in real life. She saw what she did was wrong, as I explained it to her, and she was genuinely crushed that the game ended over her actions. Honestly, she was most affected out of everybody. She started questioning herself in real life and definitely didn't want to play any TTRPG ever again. I spoke to her at length about this, and I convinced everyone else to get off her back about it too. I convinced her to play in my second campaign, which she still does, and nowadays she's a gentle and involved role player. Her current character is, I dare say, the heart of the party. Okay, maybe too soon. But still, whenever the story gets thick and the stakes get high, I can see her being afraid to make any important choices in character. That's the story of how my first campaign ended. I know there was a lot of mistakes from lots of people, but I still take most of the blame for it. I didn't think of anything on the spot, but I could have made the Archmage kidnap the kid instead of killing him then and there. Give the party a chance to rescue him. I could have not forced the Archmage to arrive in the first place. Maybe I shouldn't have put the kid in that much danger to begin with. Either way, it feels good finally talking about this with someone outside the group who was there. What do you all think?
That is honestly heartbreaking. That has to be the most heartbreaking thing I have ever heard. And honestly, I can see how that could pull on everyone's heartstrings way too hard and just completely, like, especially if you're a woman and like an actual woman. Like, okay, I am technically a woman, but you know, I'm biologically a man. But like, testosterone affects you differently, okay? Let me just put it that way. Okay, but like, if you're a woman with a lot of estrogen inside of you and you go through all that emotional trauma, I imagine that it's going to be like 2 times the pain of actually seeing a kid die. That is just horrible. I can't imagine what the women there had to go through just seeing that shit.
Hey, I know you and your friends Schradinger got mixed feelings about Toga, but if you want, mind if I send you some Toga cosplay videos suggestions?
Oh, sure. I like the character. Just don't send it to Schrodinger, okay? I can't show in front of him. Okay, guy, I gotta say something. I gotta give a message to Schrodinger in private, so give me a sec. I'm gonna mute myself.
Don't worry, I'm not even in his DM.
Okay, I'm back. Let's get to that.
Do you like spicy foods?
I do, yeah.
So the person that submitted this story is definitely right. It is an emotional one. I like how there's really no true villain in this story. A lot of RPG horror stories have a problem player that never gets invited back. I do agree the druid was kind of new here. I do like that you reflected here at the end, asking yourself, why did you have to not take the kid prisoner? And why you had Archmage basically show up and escalate the situation, putting the kid in immediate danger when you really didn't have to, just for the sake of an introduction of this character. Clearly this writer here has a lot of good chops when it comes to planning out characters and then making good roleplay moments with those characters. The fact that the professor blamed himself, he went downstairs, they had that shouting match, and everyone kind of came to the conclusion that he was hard on himself is a great piece of roleplay. Sadly, it came after a moment that didn't need to happen. So there is some signs that you can improv. Maybe you just didn't really know what to do in the moment. And when it comes to the druid moment with the stabbing, you wanted it to play out because you didn't want to take away player agency. But one thing that's similar between the archmage killing the first kid and the druid killing the second kid, there was probably a window of opportunity where other people could take action. So for example, with the archmage situation, once he gets into the room, once he casts a spell and confirms it's a dreamwalker, maybe you have his demeanor noticeably change and him come off as a lot more ominous. Because at first you did play them as very gentle and polite, and the cleric picked up on that, you know, mistakenly. So having a clear mood change like that where his facade's completely dropped and you know he's about to do something, and giving the party an opportunity to, you know, either take the kid and run, try to attack him, literally do anything to make the situation better, would make them feel like they had more agency. And when it comes to the eulogy moment as well, I mean, you have a rogue, even clerics usually aren't that bad at perception. Someone probably would have noticed the druid sneaking up on the kid. So just them approaching the kid with a weapon drawn that's sharp would have been an excuse for you to give the rest of the party a chance to at least see what's going on. Going back to what I said at the beginning, obviously, you don't want everything to feel like a cutscene. Usually people associate that just with the NPCs doing something that the party can't counteract, but sometimes when one party member's kind of doing something that the rest of the party definitely wouldn't approve of, that's kind of a cutscene too, where you're basically saying the druid's player agency completely outweighs everyone else's player agency. Just think of a situation where you have a king and the bard comes in and says, oh, I instantly attack him, and the rest of the party definitely doesn't want that to happen. You would push back as a dungeon master, and I feel like this should be no different. I get that the kid's not going to be able to make the save, but maybe the rest of the party would be able to grapple the druid or do something where a save can be made, you know? So thank you for this email submission. I really like when there isn't a true villain in the story and it's just a bunch of people just kind of making mistakes, trying to improve on playing D&D. So if you have any stories like this or your own personal stories, make sure to share it at lukegoblinstories@gmail.com. That's where I usually try to find the majority of my stories that are submitted by the community. And if you like this kind of video, make sure to like and share the video. You can subscribe to see my videos when they come out, and become a member if you want to help support the channel further. And as always, I hope to see you in the next video. Farewell for now.
Okay, I think it's already getting late, so I'm gonna end the stream right here. Alright. Alright. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate the long time viewing, and thank you Iophan Williams, thank you G9, thank you Ryu, thank you Schrodinger for being here, for me, for being the mod. Thank you all for watching, I appreciate it, and to any other viewer that hasn't shown up, thank you as well. I appreciate it. Thank you. Peace.
Thanks for the stream.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the content. Don't suffocate. Iophan Williams means a lot to hear that.